Hey everybody, welcome back to the Fish Tank. It's tournament time again. Knight's Duel number 30. These are monthly events, so that's over 2 years. 2.5 years of events. So that is pretty exciting. So thanks to everyone that's been involved in the current and previous events, and of course, hopefully, future events as well. So what do we have today? 1v1, Minion Masters, $400 prize pool. No wildcards, of course, because there's no wildcards in 1v1 Minions, which is good. I think we're going to have 5 Swiss rounds to start with. So the players are going to play against each other, earn points. And then after those 5 Swiss rounds, we'll have our top probably 4. And then going forward, we'll have our top 4 shootout, which will be best of 5. We'll have conquest rules, which means once you've won with a master, you can no longer play that master. The players, as always, are going to have their ban powers, so that means they're going to have the ability to ban 1 master and 3 cards to prevent their opponents from playing those. And, of course, their opponents have the same ban power back to them. We have some additional bans in the form of season cards. So, because newer players may not have the season cards, even though this is an extra long season, remember, this is a 2-month season because we just had the balance patch only update. Mid-season, because we are treading water a little bit for the 2.0 release, which is going to be in December the 12th, I think. So very exciting to look forward to that. But back to today, no Denver the Last Dinosaur, or whatever his name is, and no Wogasaur Pup, since they're the season cards. Also, Sapphire Pebble is bugged because of a weird interaction with some minions. But apart from that, players can play whatever they want. Now, what's strong at the moment? Remember, I always do my meta video each month on YouTube. So if you want to see what's strong from the last season, wouldn't have changed too much. You can check out that video, or there'll be a new one coming for this season coming up soon. And as always, we will have the VOD from this event on YouTube. Should be on there from tomorrow. So if you miss any of the action, if you want to revisit it, you can do so. And of course, I'll put the timestamps on there so you can jump easily to the matches to make it as easy and convenient as possible for you. Now, just a reminder, just to keep everything above board, we will be running with a 3-minute delay today on the stream. So that means interacting with chat will be a little bit delayed. But of course, we need to do this just to keep everything fair and above board. Now, stream sniping, you can get a little bit of a benefit from stream sniping. There's definitely some things that you could do if you could see what your opponent was doing in kind of real time. Like if they had a hidden red golem, for example, or if they're playing futures and you can see what they have coming up. So none of that. We keep everything as above board as possible because, of course, there's money involved here. As mentioned, there's a $400 prize pool. So this event is supported by BetaDwarf, the Minion Masters developers, and Team Mana Frenzy. So big shout out to those guys. I'm going to be casting myself, myself, and I today. But of course, I will have the backup of Sinobii behind the scenes, keeping everything running smoothly. We do have a lot of returning players today. We do have some new players as well, which is great. But as always, new players in a new tournament environment, they may not know exactly what they should be doing, where they should be, and at what time. So generally, the newer players are a little bit headless chicken-like at the start of these events, but we'll try to help them through it, and hopefully we won't have too many delays because of that. Right. So let me just do a couple of things that I need to remind myself to do. So let's do a tweet to remind everyone on the Twitter. X.com, formerly known as Twitter. That's not annoying at all. And we're going to do a Discord announcement as well. And then that should be good. Oh no, one other Discord announcement, and then that should be good. Okay. Right. Yes, happy Saturday. Okay, so reminder, KATT, the mighty KATT, arguably the best Minion Masters player of all time, has won the last 3 of these events. He's won the last 4. He's won 4 out of the last 5. The last 3 in a row. Can he be challenged? Let's find out. But I don't think we're going to see him immediately in this event. Let's see who we're going to see. So we got some friend requests just to grab to make sure that we can spectate who we need to spectate. There should be a pinned message for the brackets, so you can follow that along from home, should you wish to. And we'll try to keep you as up-to-date as possible with everything that's going on in the matches we're watching, and of course the matches we're not watching. Right. Okay. So if we just quickly bring up the brackets so you guys can see what's going on. Now there is kind of a little bit of seeding at the start of these events. So the top players won't play each other in the first round. But that's, you know, that's as to be expected. And then basically as the rounds go on, the players will play each other based on similar records. So people that are winning will play other people that are winning, and vice versa. Right, so this is these are the matches for the first round. Again, you can look at the brackets from home if you want to. So let's just look at who's here. KATT's here. Very, 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 very good player. DARKCROW, we know how good he is. The one event out of the last 5 that KATT didn't win, DARKCROW did win it. I can't remember who was in the final against him. Not sure if he beat KATT. KATT may have not been in that one. We've got Set here. For some reason, that's showing a victory already. We'll confirm that. We've got DefShoot here. Westlin. Westlin, of course, kind of an OG Minion Masters player. Always has some outside-of-the-box deck building. And be good to see what he brings today. Kind of hasn't been playing that much recently, but he's back. Always great to see him. He's against MADMAX, which I don't know if we've seen MADMAX in these events previously, but he's been tearing up the leaderboard in solos for sure. So it'll be interesting to see what he brings. Ficus and Aristocrat. That's a really interesting one because those guys were together on a 2v2 team. If you check out my YouTube, you will see a match, a grand final for the 2v2, which was Ficus and Aristocrat against Set and DARKCROW. So those guys previously on a 2v2 team, now against each other. Chainig, we know we've seen a lot of Chainig here in the past. Yuxen's been a lot of these events. Destroy as well. Renzo looks like he's got a bye in the first round. Okay, so that looks like what is going on at the moment. So I think we're going to watch Westlin and MADMAX to start with. I'm not really sure how to call this. As I say, Westlin returning, very high level player in the past. MADMAX has been dominating solos. But I've seen him play a similar deck a lot. So the question is, does he have anything outside of that deck? Of course, in these early stages, you can continue to play a deck. But it'd be interesting to see how Westlin uses his band powers, if he's familiar with what MADMAX plays. So we'll see. Right. So let's get set up here. We're going to have our dual deck technology, assuming everything works okay. Let's let everyone in the chat know. Tournament starting on stream now. Come join. Part. Right. Then let's close the chat because probably not going to miss anything there. So we're going to look DUCKWESTLIN here. Boom. Okay, so we need the bans. As mentioned, the players can ban 1 master and 3 cards, prevents their opponent from doing that, and then their opponent can ban back. Guys, thanks for joining me. Remember, we do have a 3-minute delay, so if I appear to be ignoring you, I'm not. I'm either going to reply in 3 minutes, or if it's too awkward, we'll just pretend the conversation didn't happen. Right. We're just waiting the bans to come in from those guys. So, let's have a look if we've got these players ready to go. So this is going to be the last tournament The last Knight's Duel on the 1. Whatever Minion Masters 2.0 is coming in December. It's almost here. And let me remind you, 2.0 is coming, and as always, there's going to be a balance patch with that. And currently, there's a PTR, a public PTR, with the proposed changes that will go live with 2.0, including the new master, excuse me, the Rune Shaper. And that's available for everyone to check out. So if you do want to get involved in the PTR, you can go and test the latest version of 2.0. Try the new master, see the balance changes. Also, there's a new card in there as well. And if you want to get involved in that, go to the Minion Masters Discord. Give yourself the PTR role. That'll open up the PTR section. Look for the public PTR, and it takes you through how to get involved. Nice and easy. So maybe we'll look at some of those changes later. Maybe we'll not, but we'll save that in case we need to fill some time. We'll see how that goes. But that should be good to see. Everyone getting their hands on the 2.0. So as a reminder, when 2.0 launches in December, everyone on the old version of the game is going to go to the new version. So just like a normal update patch, that's all Steam players, all Xbox players. And then early in January next year, that's when mobile is slated to launch. And that's, of course, is going to be in association with Netflix gaming, Android, and iOS. So lots of cool stuff happening. But let's not look too far forward in the future. Let's look forward to today. So our first match is going to be DUCKWESTLIN against MADMAX. And let's have a look. We're just awaiting the bans coming in. And then once we've got those, then we can go on. So let's get our bans up. Right. So, I know I've said it about 8 times, but the players can ban 1 master each. Prevents their opponent from playing that master. They can ban 3 cards. Prevents their opponent from playing any of those 3 cards. And then, of course, their opponent has that power back at them. Lone Dog says, prediction, Westlin plays Azali unless she's banned. That's a very good call. Westlin does like to play Azali, does like to play Mana Puff Madness. That's the kind of stuff that he has enjoyed playing in the past. I think his... Okay, so he makes some kind of deck building choices out of left field, which I think kind of back in the day made it difficult to ban against him. But he's kind of predictably unpredictable, if that makes sense. So that might make it easier to ban against him. Maybe he plays too far off the meta to be right at the top at the end of these events, but we'll see. Be interesting to see. His decks can definitely be hard to play against, depending on what he plays. Sometimes they can really spiral out of control with the Mana Puff Madness. And those are decks that can really destroy lesser players, but the top players really have a good idea how to play it. They realize the Mana Puffs have to be killed immediately. You can't allow them to sit there generating mana because, as I said, it just spirals out of control. So, but we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because we don't know what he's going to play. We don't know what's been banned yet. I've got the bans in from one player, just awaiting the bans from the second player. So we won't show them yet until we've got both bans. And it'll be interesting to see because, as we always say, there's different ways to approach the banning process. Do you ban things that are just meta strong? Do you ban things that your deck is very weak against or are very strong counters to your deck? Or if you know your opponent well, do you ban things that they like to play? So let's have a look. So the bans are coming in. We've got bans in. First of all, DUCKWESTLIN bans Apep as the master. We've got Cursebearer as as a ban. We've got Herald Our Moon as a ban. And we've got Laser Turret as a ban. So these are all things that are good against big units. So it'd be interesting to see if he plays some big units. And then MADMAX is banning APEP, Zeppelin Bomber, which is interesting because I bet he plays Zeppelin Bomber. Ritual of Servitude, and Beam of Doom. Again, Beam of Doom, a big, clear spell. Okay, so both players banned APEP. Everything else is available from a master choice. Some kind of off-meta bans. Cursebearer, these look like more like 2v2 bans than 1v1. This is a 1v1 event today, right? Okay, so it'd be interesting to see what they do play. Should be ready to go. We'll give them the go-ahead. New player, welcome. Good to have you here. Right. Yeah, we do have giveaway running, so make sure you do the command to get in there. Should remind you, we've got a link for the brackets at the top of the chat somewhere. There's the chat as I speak. We've got 250 free gold in the shop. Let's go! Okay. We are awaiting the first game to kick off here today. It's going to be DUCKWESTLIN against MADMAX. MADMAX, I've seen him play a lot of APEP. So, APEP being banned by Westlin. I don't know if that's a targeted ban. Could just be a... APEP, we know APEP's just very strong, right? APEP definitely came back into the meta in the last few seasons. Right, here we go. We're loading into our first game of the day. DUCKWESTLIN.
Let's duel.
Against MADMAX. And there we see the Azali from Westlin. Setsu, Azali. We've got Korgoth from MADMAX. Remember, Korgoth, you have to use his seal. There's the first one. You've got to use it twice. Invokes your hand. And then next time it comes out, it's the main man himself. It's a strong Wheel of Doom. That's punishing for DUCKWESTLIN. Gonna have some bats coming here. Perk 3 Setsu is going to be a good way of controlling the Korgoth. But he's got to get there. These bats are going to be annoying. Nice jump there. Clears everything. A lot of players would have just sat there, waited for Setsu to reload. Would have been a mistake. Right. Here we come. Here we go. Shields. Okay, Magma Storm. Doesn't really get the value it needs. There's the Mana Puff Madness. DUCKWESTLIN's taking a lot of HP damage. Needs to be careful with that. Well, the Reboomer going down here could be huge. Right, Reboomer's down. All 4 Mana Puffs are alive. Okay, the bottom ones are going to get pressured. Scrats everywhere. Oh, all 4 Mana Puffs still alive. This is spiraling out of control. I think Westlin takes this. A good start for MADMAX, but just couldn't handle that. And there's the DUCKWESTLIN Mana Puff Madness. 101, I guess you would say. And perhaps MADMAX is not familiar with DUCKWESTLIN. I think I would always ban Azali and Mana Puff Madness against DUCKWESTLIN. But perhaps he hasn't played him, isn't familiar with the Westlin lore. But he is now. Right. So that's game number 1, and as we see how that can spiral out of control. Even though Westlin got off to an awkward start, that Wheel of Doom shutting down the Scrat Tunnels and the Chisma Boomstick was very annoying. But ultimately didn't matter. The bats were difficult to deal with, but the Setsu Blast entry just cleared them. And then he waited for the perfect moment to use the Mana Puff Madness. And if I was wanting to get tips of how to use the Mana Puff Madness, DUCKWESTLIN would be my go-to man for sure. Okay, so we're at best of 3 at this stage of the event. There's no restriction on having to change after a win. Yep, Lone Dog called Azali. Brilliant. I think we all knew it. That was like guessing what game we were going to play today. It was obvious. But well done. Pat on your head. Good job. Well done. You're so smart. Now, the question is he going to play it again? That is the question. You have to be patient with that kind of deck. You don't want to force yourself to react to your opponent. You know your setup. You know what you want. You kind of allow your opponent to take the bridges because you want the bridges so you can generate those shields. And then it's go time. Korgoth, of course, is pretty damn strong, but not necessarily early. The later the game goes, the better Korgoth's going to be. Once Korgoth comes out, it's going to be difficult to deal with, potentially. But of course, those late game decks are susceptible to early game nonsense. And that was full nonsense. Right. So DUCKWESTLIN takes the first game. 1-0 here in this best of 3. We are just awaiting the second game. You should be able to, as I said, follow along the matches from home on the brackets. Right. Here we go. Game 2. DUCKWESTLIN, MADMAX. Okay, different deck from Westlin, playing Wrecked. Aggressive Wrecked. We've got a Combustion in there. We've got Gorek's Gate. Remember, in this patch, the latest patch, Blood Pact is less punishing. 75% instead of 85% master damage. And this is the... From MADMAX's point of view, I think this is the deck that he plays on ladder, albeit with APEP. We've got the Zeppelins in there. Right. Cursebearer plus Zip Zapinator pushing at the bottom. Those scraps were a little early. You want them after the Defenso. You don't want the Master to kill everything. Right. Nice jump. This is looking kind of annoying, though. Both players doing damage to each other. Nice trap, plus Zeppelin bombers. Right, a lot of damage coming out from DUCKWESTLIN. Here he comes with the Troubadour. Does have the Combustion with it, of course. So he's trying to bait his opponent into getting a load of stuff around it and then shredding it. Not sure the Chain Lightning is really worth there. Might have thought they were real. Those fake, illusory whelps. Thanks for the follow, guys. Good to have you here. Right, let's see. Okay, so he's going to bait everything in, and then he's going to combust it. There we go. The combustion's going to do a lot of damage, and the attack is still going on. DUCKWESTLIN leveling up the HP and getting a really substantial XP lead at the moment. But we know MADMAX is going to do the same kind of push again with the Zeppelins covering something. Right, Cleaver gets frozen, but it will just save up a little bit of mana bank in, and let's see how Westlin deals with this. He does have Morgrel's Mark. Could have played it on the bridge to take the bridge, but probably wanted to be a little bit safer with it since he does have the XP lead at the moment already. Now the Zeppelins are going to be useful here because they will just hover over the top of the Troubadour since it has Taunt. And that will force the units to attack it. Right. The Troubadour Still being a pain. There is a combustion available. Not too much for it to kill, but does clear a decent amount. And of course, it makes it very difficult to defend because, okay, you just didn't have the tools to deal with it. It makes it difficult to defend because you know if you play into the Troubadour, he's going to combust it. And if you don't, then it's going to get massive damage. Very difficult to do, to handle. You kind of have to play enough to bait him into using the combustion. You're really in a between a rock and a hard place there. Okay, Westlin takes that 2-0. Two very different kinds of decks, but very aggro and very strong. Right, so Westlin takes that match by 2-0. Generally, when we look at the standings at the end of the Swiss event, the Swiss part of the event, if you've lost one game, then you've got a really good chance of being in the top 4. If you've lost 2, it's very unlikely you're going to get through. So we'll bear that in mind as we go forward. So let's have a look. So KATT's beaten Kryptonius Rex 2-0. We've got DARKCROW beating Double B 2-0. I can show you this on the screen. This is what you can follow along from home with. We've got Set beating That Ain't It Chief. I think that might have been okay. Looks like he wasn't able to play. Right. Death Shoot has beaten ANGI. Westlin, as we saw, beating MADMAX. Vickers. Aristocrat, I think, was late to the event. Not sure if he's here at all. Chainig, looks like that's still going on. Chainig taking the first game. Yuxen with a DQ win there. Destroy against Iwi. Not sure how we pronounce that. Probably horrifically wrong. Destroy's taking the first game. And Renzo through there with a bye. So, the way these events work, the Swiss part of the event, is that we have to have all of the matches in a round complete before the next round can start, because the results of the previous round shape the brackets for the next round. So we shall await these to be completed, then we can go again. Right, let's turn the music in the game up a little bit. Seems pretty quiet. I think it gets louder in a match. Let me know if I make it too loud. Right. So that's where we're at here. Let's refresh this, make sure we're fully up to date. See who we're waiting on. Okay, so Westlin against MADMAX hasn't been reported yet. Okay, so it has been reported, just hasn't been confirmed. We won't get involved in that. We'll let that happen. Quack, quack. Duck Westlin's here to attack with skills unmatched and confidence intact. He's the MVP of every chat. Let's cheer him loud. Let's make him proud. Duck Westlin, we stand tall and shout. Okay, nice. This game is still going on. But hopefully won't have too long to wait. Reminder about the giveaway. Should be a message somewhere. Right. Thanks for everyone joining us. Okay, so everything is done with an asterisk. Let's see where we're at. Okay. Hey, oh, hold on. This is not sure what's going on with the destroy match. Looks like it's 1-1 at the moment. Let's dive in there and see what's going on. Might be a decider game in that one. Find out. They're not in-game at the moment. Okay. See if we can get confirmation on the score. Okay, so it's 1-1. So we'll try and get... So we'll watch the decider there. Don't know if I have this person as a friend. Players are, of course, asked to add everyone. Okay. Yep, unfortunately things are a little slower at the start. Especially with newer players not knowing what's going on. So hopefully things can be smoothed along a little bit. Don't think we're going to have the second player's screen from this one, as they haven't followed the instructions as well. I'm trying, but I don't have them as a friend. Oh, okay. How am I supposed to know what their name is? Right, let's have a look if we've got them here somewhere. Right, friends. What is this? 804. Oh, don't see anyone with that name. Okay, looks like we're going to have to go without it. Okay, here we go. It's one game all. Destroy playing Morelia and Iwi playing Diona. No second player and cam. So we'll try to figure out what they're doing. Looks like they've got some Zen Chi in there. Right, we've got a fully stacked aimbot at the bottom from Destroy. Shield, marksmanship, and Nats. They're going to get shut down pretty easy here. Nice taunt trap. The Nats do make it difficult to deal with. Right, brothers. Brother! Or the spirit doesn't go where he wants it. Had 2 out of 3 chance of getting it, and it went on the third one that he didn't want it on. That's kind of frustrating. These brothers are going to do a lot of damage. Got to be careful with their shields of light as well. Okay, red golem is out. Can take a lot of damage though from these razors. Should be able to DPS this down pretty quickly, but the taunt trap is going to be annoying here. He's going to have to sacrifice something. He does a good job spreading stuff out there so the chain lightning doesn't get maximum value. That's often what you do with these big hitting units. You have a support spell, so you can clear whatever they are trying to be tanked with. Okay. Are we healing a little bit? Still with under 1500 HP, so Red Golem's still activated. Doesn't want to get anywhere near that reboomer. Right. Golem's going to murder these brothers, though. Brother's doing a good job, though, just keeping it positioned so we can get just shredded by the Razor Squadron. Okay. Let's see how quickly their cycles are. No good way for Destroy to really punish the Blood Imps. Boomer's going to kill everything at the bottom, but not take the bridge. We're going to have a Perk 3 Dragon, of course, for Destroy soon. He's going to have some skeletons here to, I assume, tank at the top. Okay, Destroy burning a bit of mana, it looks like there. Okay, he decides to counter push. Let's see if that's the correct choice or not. Could be scary. It's going to have the Razor Squadron to DPS down. We know the Chain Lightning's already been used, so the Razor Squadron's kind of safe for now. Right. Perk 3 for both players. At about the same time, there's going to be an extra trap for Diona. And of course, Nirvir is going to be available. Right, here comes Nirvir. You do not want that dragon to be hit by that golem, though. Need to make sure that doesn't happen, because that golem will get murdered. That dragon will get murdered by that golem. We see... Remember, Rapid Response Reserve did get the nerf. So it's 3 mana now, and you see Destroy's been holding on to it. It's not just a brainlessly use it every time. You do have to be careful. You are kind of operating at a loss with it. Okay, here we go again. The Chain Lightning and the Golem. This is looking pretty scary. A big XP lead, though. That's the problem here. Okay, Nirvir gets absolutely shredded by the Golem, but a massive XP lead for Perk 3. For Owie. And that's 2 Golems up at the same time. One's about to die, but it's just holding it. Oh, that Marine landing on that bridge at the top was a little bit nice for Destroy, but it's going to be a little bit too little too late here. Doesn't have much tech for his aimbot. But only one little stack there. Oh, he misplayed that on the Boomer! Oh, that's horrific from Destroy at the end there. Probably didn't really have a choice. He was going to die one way or the other. Right. Okay. I know the score on the screen was wrong. I completely forgot about setting it up. But, Eowee takes that by 2-1. If we see them again, we'll try to... right, what's going on with my OBS? It may have just crashed. No, are we okay? Are we okay? I think we're okay. I'm not sure what happened there, but we're currently okay. I think. Right. We'll try to find them on our friends list if we see them again. So, 80462. That doesn't come up. Don't see them anywhere. Okay. Okay, we'll fix that at some later date. Right. That's the power of the Red Golem. And a cheap cycle. Right. So that should mean that everything is ready for the next rounds. So hopefully we can be a little bit quicker going forward. There was a little bit of a delay with some of the players starting this round, unfortunately. We have to remember there's a lot of players at some late, some ahead, some future time zones. I don't know how we phrase that. Hey, Meridian, welcome. Right, so we just wait for that match to be locked in, and then we should have game round 2. Right, looks like that's good. So we should just be waiting for the admin to click the button. Okay, looks like we could be good to go. Right, let's bring this back up for you, and we'll figure out where we're going to go. Okay. We're on round 2. I did see round 2, and then it disappeared, so, you know, who knows? It was there, and then it's gone. It's kind of weird, because I've got it open in 2 browsers. One like a private one for me, and then one for you. The private one for me shows round 2 ready to go. The other one, which is showing exactly the same thing, still showing round 1. Okay, now it's gone to round 2. Good stuff. Right, we've got Yuxen against Iwi. We've got Def Shoot against Set, Chainig against DARKCROW, KATT against Westlin, Fickers against Renzo, Aristocrat against Kryptonius Rex. We've got Destroy against That Ain't It Chief, Double B's got a bye, and MADMAX against ANGI. So, round 2, we're going to see DSOO against Set, I think. So let's start getting set up for that. Def Shoot, Waniani, now DSOO. DSOO against Set is round 2. So we're going to, as a reminder, we're going to have 5 rounds of Swiss, and then we'll have our top 4, I think. Let's get that locked in. Thanks, Kryptonius Rex. Right, so we'll reset the bans. And we'll see what these players decide to ban. Yeah, we have a lot of good players in the event. A lot of experienced players. New players as well. Always good to have new players here. Now, I know it's very difficult. Sometimes new players get kind of shredded in these events because they are playing some very, very experienced, very, very top-level players. But hopefully that doesn't put people off too much. And, of course, the way that the Swiss format works is it should, all things being equal, it should match you against others with a similar record. So if you're struggling during the event, then you should be matched up with others that are struggling, and hopefully that gives fairer matches. And of course, because it's a Swiss format, it's not a one and done. You know, just because you lose the first game doesn't mean you're out. You get plenty of gameplay, which is really important for newer players because you get a great chance to learn, whether that's by just seeing how other people play, what they ban. There's a lot of facets that go into tournament play and being able to best an opponent. It's not simply about your deck. It's not simply about how you play. There's lots of things involved, and there's a lot that's a lot of skills that new players don't have when they come into the event. But a lot of people have said, even though they've been almost brand new players in the event, they've had a great time, they've learnt a lot, and we see them come back as well. So that's really good. These events are open for everyone, and I think that's important. It's difficult to have an event that's open to everyone because you have a huge disparity of abilities at times, but I think we've done a good job with the rules to make it accessible and fun for everyone while still keeping it competitive at the business end. Right, so let's see what's going on. So we just need the bans from DSOO and Set. These guys, experienced tournament players, so they should know what's going on. They should be ready to go. Now, the way they do the bans is they will generally, the top players, sometimes newer players are not bothered about this, but the more experienced players will do their bans in private, so that nobody gets the benefit of being able to see their opponent ban first and then react to it. They'll do them in private, and then the admin will unveil the bans to both players, so nobody gets the benefit. Now, I'm trying to remember from the last event, what were the standings? We know KATT won the last event. So it looks like, okay, let's go to our top 4 from last time. So DSOO, losing finalist from the last event. He lost to KATT in the grand final, and then Ficus and Set were 3rd and 4th place, the semi-final losers. So this match is going to be 2 of the top 4 from the last event. I don't know if they played in the previous event. It's quite possible they did. Let's have a look. Should be able to see that. Okay, so it looks like DSOO beat Set in the in the 3rd round of the last event, 2-0. Right, here we go. We've got bans. No more vamping. Right, we've got our bans up. Right, DSOO has banned APEP. Not a shock. Caged Prowler. Remember, it did get nerfed in the latest patch, so it takes less than 100 damage to shut it down now and takes 2 seconds longer to spawn. So there's a lot more spells, for example, Chain Lightning, which previously wouldn't shut it down, that now does. Defenso Chopper, which is definitely a favourite of Set's, and High Inquisitor Ardera, which really shuts down a big Empyrean strategy. So those are the bans from DSOO, and then Set has banned King Path, which King Path's in a very strong spot at the moment, especially in 2v2s. Maybe not quite so much in solos, but we know DSOO has been playing quite a lot of KP, but not today, not in this match. King Path has been banned by Set. He's also banned ATG Drone. That was in DSOO's KP deck as well. He's banned also High Inquisitor Ardera, so he doesn't want to have to deal with that. And Brothers of the Void. These feel like very targeted bans, at least the ATG and the Brothers of the Void. The DSOO, so let's just make sure we've got that right. So APEP, Cage Prowler, Defenso, and Ardera. We've got Set banning KP, ATG Drone, High Inquisitor Ardera, and Brothers of the Void. There we go. That's it. Make sure we're ready here. Set and DSOO. Right. We are ready. This should be a good one. Set, a little bit predictable with his deck building. Let's see what he brings. And DSOO is a very, very smart player. His game knowledge is incredible. Maybe not quite to the level that it used to be, since he doesn't play as much as he used to. But a really good deck builder as well. Set. I was doing some practicing with Set yesterday. I didn't lose every game. But I know Set doesn't really enjoy building decks, where I think DSOO definitely does. But let's see how we get on here. We're just waiting for these players to go. I'm ready. You're ready. Contenders ready! Awkward. Right. So reminder, bracket link at the top of the chat if you want to check it out. Follow along from home. If you're enjoying the event here, if you're new here, make sure you hit that follow button so you don't miss out on any Minion Masters action going forward. And of course, if you want to support the stream, hit that sub button. Do we have any primers in the chat? Right, that sounds like I heard something. Yes. Right, here we go. We're loading in. DSOO against Set. Okay. Morgul's Mark getting immediately shut down there. Set playing fairly standard deck. We've got Setsu for DSOO and Diona for Set. Trying to trade with that Shock Rock. Nicely done from DSOO there. Good game knowledge knowing that that's how that would work out. Nice pull off of the bridge there. He dead shot at the bottom there, saw that his unit was on the bridge, so he was able to pull the Swarmer across the bridge, leave his unit on it, and keep the bridge for himself. That was pretty nicely done. But of course, that was a 4-mana spell, the Vortex. 3+1 mana freeze. Setsu is a very divisive master, since she is incredibly strong at perk 3 in the hands of a good player. I think overall probably doesn't have great stats because a lot of people are just not particularly good with her. So that kind of makes it a nightmare to balance. I think we would like to see some balance for her perk 3, especially in duos. That's stunning shot. And her ability to immediately come back, really frustrating. Right, XP's about the same here. Got to take notes for the first game. Don't tell teacher. Hey, Deadshot doing a great job with the Shock Rock. Just showing how the Shock Rock could be used to really win these little trades. It's not a case of having to Shock Rock some huge unit. Right, Ruffles pushing at the bottom is going to get some XP from the yellow vial. Generally, the win condition for Setsu is get to perk 3 and then win. But we'll see how that works out. Diona's does have some tools to deal with Setsu at perk 3 with the traps. But a decent XP lead for Set at the moment, which is probably what we would expect. Nice trap to take care of that Boomer. That would have cleared that Battle Monkey at the bottom there. I think Brothers of the Void is a card that DSOO likes to play. Right, nice. Gonna get some good damage out there. Shen does get a hit on face. Those ravenous swarmers doing some good damage. And of course, we know Setsu wants to go for the Jugular at perk 3, so any damage that you do prior to that is going to be really beneficial. But DSOO taking some damage here, not at perk 3 himself. Set is at perk 3, which is not the same kind of power spike. But he's really putting the pressure on here. Beam on face. Shen survives just. DSOO being so low HP makes it very difficult for him to leave his tower. Right, there we see. Right, he's going to put the pressure on here. He's not at perk 3 yet, which is frustrating. And the Beam of Doom could be problematic. 150 face damage, of course, the Beam does. So he's getting very close to Beam range. Right, perk 3 for Setsu, but Setsu's going to find it so difficult to leave the tower now. Sinobii says, when Setsu locks on shooting the Master, playing the Taunt Trap afterwards does not pull aggro from her. I don't think that's correct. Why would it not? Right. What do you mean excited for Vanguard? What's Vanguard? Vanguard's the current patch. Okay, Set takes that 1-0, and he is ahead. Right, let's update that score. So, Set, player 2, boom! So, DSOO got to perk 3, but was too low HP to really start getting the benefit there. The main complaint about Setsu is that she's too weak early and too strong late. The fact that she can just recycle that stun piercing shot constantly, and the way that she comes back almost immediately once you kill her, it was very frustrating to play against. Unless you have very specific removal spells. Okay. DSOO taking the first, no, sorry, the first loss there in that round. Right, game 2. Can DSOO fight back?
Duel.
Diona against Diona. One Diona has the Dynasty skin, that's set. DSOO, I don't know if he has the Dynasty skin or if he's not choosing to use it, but that's probably the rarest skin in the game. Remember, we don't have Conquest rules at the moment, so Set is welcome to play as Diona again after winning with her. I don't think that was required then, because those Swarmers actually ran out of the Grenadiers' attack. That could be frustrating, because he could need this at another time. Right. Battle Shihao needs to be handled with care. And there you see just how much damage that does. It did have the Growth Burst Shroom buff. Trap at the bottom to clear. XP lead for Set to start with here. I mean, Vanguard is the current expansion, which is the 3-month expansion, which started with Radic, which was the Outlander thing. That's kind of where Vanguard comes from. Remember, each expansion lasts for 3 months. Or this one, 4 months. You're getting some lag here. I don't know if that's me or them. Okay, Succubus doing a good job shutting that down. So she's raged since she's from the twins. Oh, that Shock Rock was a bit late. That shot's so far behind on XP, just can't really win any of these trades efficiently. And like, if you come up against Set, you have to assume that he's going to basically play this deck. Or at least something very similar to it. Nearly a whole perk ahead. This is not looking good for DSOO. He doesn't have great ways of dealing with that Battle Shihao. Plus the Taunt Trap makes it really difficult to hit. Look at it, just murdering the Incubus again. Again, DSOO wins a bridge, but immediately loses it. Ruffle's going in there for XP, but it's unlikely to get it. Whirly Scratch says no. I really wanted to keep that trap alive at the bottom just a little bit longer. Wasn't able to do so. Okay, this monkey's going to die, unfortunately. And then there's the Battle Monkey's coming. What does he have to deal with the Battle Monkey? Not too much right now. Needs to be super careful. He's got a decent amount of HP, though. So remember, the Battle Monkey doesn't really do much damage on its own when it's not triggered by all of the enemy units around it. Okay, both traps to the bottom from Set. He is at perk 3. DSOO's a long way down. He's only going to have one trap himself. Again, here comes the Battle Monkey. The Battle Monkey really has been the thing that's DSOO's struggled the most to deal with. Like, I mean, he can shut it down, but it's expensive for him to do so. It takes a while, and of course, all that time, the bridges are red. And it looks like Set's going to take this by 2-0. Set burning some mana there. Shen just shuts that down. Set was burning a little bit there, I think, because he was just waiting so that he could get the AoE stun from Shen. Shen's on face. DSOO still has a bit of HP to play with, but not too much else. Perk 3 now for DSOO, but what is he, 60 XP behind? That's insane. DSOO still fighting, but there's not really much he can do here. He's such a long way down. The trap's being used beautifully from Set to just keep the bridges red for as long as possible. Deadshot's deck feels a little lightweight compared to Set's. Doesn't have much tankiness in there. Right, Mana Frenzy for Set. He's going to close this out. He's going to take a 2-0 victory in this early stage of the event. Remember, losing a game is not the end of the tournament for a player, but it will make it more difficult for them to get into the top 4. And there we see Set getting the best of DSOO and taking that 2-0. Hey, let's bring up, see if we can see what's going on elsewhere. Okay, so looks like DARKCROW's beating Chainig. KATT against Westlin could be still going. Okay, looks like it's only 1-0. We could jump into that. Because against Renzo. Okay, let's try and get some extra bonus gameplay. Let's have a look what's going on. KATT. Okay, KATT's in the menu, so that might be... They may have just finished game 2. Which might be game over. Let's see if we can see any reporting going on. Okay, looks like, no, that's 2-0. That just needs to be reported. Okay. Vicus against Renzo. That could be going on. Let's try and jump into that. Players are doing a better job at reporting as they go, which is good to see. Gives us a better idea of what's going on as it's going. Okay. See if we can get some.
I almost feel bad for the cleaning crew.
Okay, on a multitask here. Right, what are we seeing? Renzo almost dead. Ignore the score at the top. We don't know what the score is. I think it might be 1-0 to Vicus. Renzo's about to die. Right, that's okay. Okay, good. Glad we saw that. Okay, that might... let's have a look. Vicus... I think that might be 2-0. Oh no, okay. I think that was game 3 actually. I think that was game 3. Right, looks like MADMAX and ANGI are still going. Let's see if we've got those to spectate. Would it not let me spectate that player? I can't spectate anyone. What's going on? Okay, let's quickly restart this. I wouldn't describe it as coaching set. God damn it! Well, we tried to get in there. That just finished. I mean, sometimes jumping into these matches is beneficial. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. Well, looks like... Try to figure out what the score is. We almost saw some extra gameplay. Almost. Excuse me. Okay, so Thickus against Renzo. That was finished, right? Sure, that was already 1-1, and then we saw the late it looks like ANGI won the first game. Still waiting to see who won the next one. They start, we should see it, right? Right, let's see what's going on with this where I couldn't spectate anyone. Kind of weird. Okay. Turned it off and on again, fixed it. Right, so we're either going to get some extra gameplay or the round will be completed. And then we can get some regular gameplay. So, either or. Now, round 2. I only see the first game having been reported in this.
The fight is on.
Not 100% sure of the score. We shall reflect that with some question marks, because we don't really know what's going on here. Can't tell who's reported what. Right, so we got Diona against Diona. Both players playing rapid response reserves. Remember, it did get nerfed in the last patch, 3 mana now instead of 2. Still seeing a pretty high play rate, not astronomical like it was before. I hate that Scrutillery. Did nothing. Didn't challenge a bridge, didn't really kill anything. That was less than ideal. Now that's a Scrutillery. There was one Scrutillery that was a complete whiff, and the other that's really difficult to deal with. Right, we've got a lot of damage coming out here on ANGI's face. Does he just lose here? The owner's chipping away at the cleaver. He can't play anything, that's going to be it. That's the power of a tank, or at least an HP heavy unit, with those Zeppelin bombers on top, and that's really what I've seen MADMAX play mostly this season on the ladder. Okay. A few games taking a little longer than we'd have liked. Okay, it does look like Renzo and Ficus are in a game 3. Let's watch the last 8 seconds of that. Okay, XP's pretty equal. No catastrophic HP damage yet. And get Ficus's hand up. Okay, so Apep against Wrecked. Poke 3 for Ficus first. Right, Perk 3 now for Apep. Renzo. Can those free 4 mana cards start helping out? Immediately gets a free Curse Bearer. Probably not exactly what he wants. But it's another body on the field. Right. XP's very similar. The bottom's going to get shredded by... We've got a Cleaver and a Reboomer. That's going to be frustrating to deal with for sure. Does have the Shield Totem. Really wants to kill this Reboomer. Does he go for it? Okay, has to use the spell. That was annoying to deal with and time consuming. Okay, that Boomer doing a lot of damage and importantly getting the tanking hit off the Cleaver as well. Because moving into an XP lead here. Okay, I think the score's 1-1 in this. I know we're jumping around matches, trying to get some extra gameplay. Sometimes it works, as said. Sometimes it doesn't. Right, one punch blast from Wrecked. Remember, at perk 3, when you jump, you then get another one punch blast. It seems like perk 3 has allowed Ficus to extend his lead here, XP-wise. Musketeer, that's a nice little pull. Could have maybe played it a little bit later so the Musketeer would jump back onto the bridge. Wasn't too much time to play with, but really needs the bridges at this point. That Reboomer, though... Okay, Reboomer's going to die. But it took a lot with it. Ficus close to Mana Frenzy, so he's probably just going to build up from the back here. And then look to take the bridges and close out the game. Let's see if he can do so. Chisma could be useful. Chisma's going to get taken out by the flyby. Chisma is not going to get taken out by the flyby. Chisma survives with 1 HP. That could be important. Needs to protect Chisma though. Doesn't want to just lose it. Okay, Chisma's still alive. Mana Frenzy for Ficus for a while, and you can see that it's starting to build. But again, that Chisma just surviving is being important. Needs to take out that Reboomer. Isn't able to. Reboomer's going to respawn and clear the top. Chisma's still alive. Gets a little bit extra value, but that Reboomer was frustrating. He's going to have to spawn on the bridge at the top there. Okay, Renzo doing a good job holding on, but all this extra mana is going to really start piling up for Ficus here. Right. Renzo can just stabilize a little bit. If he can just tease a bridge, he has a chance. Not much HP left. Reboomer at the top is going to be annoying as hell to deal with. Looks like Renzo has held on for maybe as long as he can. We've got double cleavers out now. Renzo is not going to be able to hold this. Did a good job getting to Mana Frenzy, but wasn't able to ever really get pressure on the bridges, and ultimately Ficus been at a Mana Frenzy for a long time ahead of him. Closed that out. Right. Get the player names off for a second since they're not correct. Right. Okay, sorry we bounced around some games a little bit there, but we did get to see some extra gameplay eventually. Now, I think MADMAX and ANGI is the last game standing. Thanks for the follow, Greed. Let's going to see what's going on in that game. Looks like it's about to end. I mean, it's rude to not show you, but that's all you're going to see. Okay, MADMAX takes that against ANGI. Does that count as extra gameplay? I don't know. Right, so that should be the last match that we were waiting for in this fourth round. So as soon as those results are locked in, we can get on to game round 3. A reminder, we're going to have 5 Swiss rounds, and then the top 4 is going to go through to the shootout. Payment Money says you get 1 Punch Blast unless you already have a 1 Punch Blast in hand, then you won't have any. Did you just lose it? That's cool. Okay, so let's just wait for those results to be locked in, and then we're good to go. Just a reminder, thank you for joining us here in the Fish Tank. It's Night's Duel number 30, Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf. We got a $400 prize pool on the line. Thanks for everyone supporting it. This, of course, is going to be the last Night's Duel for Minion Masters 1.x. We're at 1.51.1 at the moment. The next event should be on 2.0. Minion Masters 2.0 is coming December the 12th, I believe. And as another reminder, there is a PTR, a public PTR test realm available now, which has the changes for 2.0 balance-wise. It's got the new master in it. It's got a new card in it. Lots of cool stuff in that. So check it out if you're interested, and of course give your feedback. Available to everyone. Join the Minion Masters Discord to find out more. Right, round 3 should pop shortly. And that'll show us the matches, and then we can decide who we're going to watch. Not really too much point looking at the standings yet. I mean, you can get an idea of who's probably out already from the losses, who's going to struggle, who's still in. It's just a reminder of what's going on in this second round. We saw Set beat DSOO 2-0. DARKCROW there beating Chainig, KATT beating Westlin, Ficus, as we saw at some point, I think, beating Renzo. And here we go. You saw it here live. I didn't press anything. It refreshed automatically. Right, KATT against Ficus. We've got Set against DARKCROW, Kryptonius Rex against Iwi, Yuxen against Destroy, Chainig against DSOO, MADMAX against Double B, Westlin against Renzo, ANGI against That Ain't It Chief. So, let's see who we're going to see. Now, we may see the reigning champion, KATT, who's won the last 3 events, 4 out of the last 5. Can anyone challenge him? I would say his biggest challenger is JF. But it's been a long time since we've had JF and KATT in an event together. JF doesn't play many events. His Taiwanese time zone, I think, is kind of difficult for him. So, unfortunately, we don't see KATT and JF play against each other very often. I'm sure they do on the ladder. Generally up there at the top. Right, so we're going to see KATT against Ficus for round 3. Going to be a very tough game for Ficus. We'll see what he brings. And always interesting to see what arguably the best player is playing. If you're looking for a good deck, just play what KATT plays. But, of course, playing KATT's deck is not the same as playing KATT's deck like KATT would play it. That's where everyone struggles. So being able to see how he plays the deck is really beneficial. Right, so we're going to have KATT against Ficus. KATT is from Sweden, Ficus from Ukraine. This is round 3, still best of 3. Okay, so everything should be set up there. Of course, we'll await the players to give us their bans. And then once we've got that, then we can go in. Difficult to ban against KATT because, you know, KATT's going to play... KATT's kind of like the opposite of Set. We have a good idea of what Set's going to play. KATT couldn't play anything at the top level. And that makes it really difficult to prepare against and ban against. Makes you do the new tutorial in 2.0? Quite possibly. It is the 2.0 client. Some extra 2.0 testing as well. Oh, let's get excited! Woo! Okay, so we're just waiting the bans and then we can go. So, make sure we got the players set up to spectate here. KATT and Ficus. Nicely done. Yep, I haven't checked out the PTR yet, but hopefully I'll get a chance to do so. Of course, give your feedback on the 2.0 part of it, but the main purpose of the PTR is the balance. Balance changes, give your feedback on that. And of course, we've got the new master in there. Be interesting to check out, see if the new master's changed at all since we last saw him. Remember, the new master is Tronvir, the Rune Shaper. So it'd be interesting to see if he's changed at all. Here's that big single target auto attack with knockback. First master to have knockback. And also has his perks where he throws the different types of runes which do different things. There's one that does damage. I can't remember if they all do damage. There's one that either does damage and the others don't, or one that does more damage and the other ones don't. There's one that buffs your next... I think that one also buffs the next unit. We'll have to check out the PTR. There's one that gives you extra units. There's one that gives you a shield. So, some interesting gameplay. Of course, when we bring a new master in, when the developers bring a new master in, it's important that the master is different enough to all the others, right? And when we've got 13 masters already, so it's tricky to come up with something that's different enough to the others in terms of gameplay, in terms of deck building around the perks and stuff. So it'd be interesting to see how that is. Ficus and KATT, we're waiting on those bans. I think I mentioned in a previous tournament that KATT was a bit slow with his bans and he yelled at me about that. But I mean, we are waiting. One day Fishy will enter a tournament. I much prefer emceeing it than playing. It's way less stressful. Right, let's just take a moment and breathe. What's up, No One Eye? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. We do have a giveaway running, so if you're not in it, make sure you join. There should be, I think, a message that pops up in the chat to tell you about it. Just follow the instructions. Just do as you're told, if you want to. Right. So if you just joined us, we're in the 3rd of 5 Swiss rounds. And then we're going to have our top 4 shootout after that. And a reminder, everything will be up on YouTube tomorrow. So if you missed anything, don't stress. You can go back. If you see something you want to revisit, you can do that. The VOD's probably on Twitch as well, but it won't be there forever. Hey, still waiting. Still waiting. Remember KATT moaning about the event taking too long earlier. And now we're waiting for him. Oh, how the turns have tabled. Right, what should we talk about while we're waiting? Okay, so PTR, Rune Shaper, that's the new master. Storm Tamer, that's a new card. I don't know, is Storm Tamer going to be the only new card that's launched with 2.0? I'm not sure we've seen any others. We got some changes. Well, buff to Milloween. Buff to Mountain Shaper, a buff to Net Blaster, buff to Magma Cannon, buff to Frostberry Bearer, buff to Snap Freeze, buff to Harmful Souls. I think Harmful Souls is getting a little out of control, especially when people are playing them outside of a curse deck. Remember, these are proposed changes. A buff to Nearveer's Breath, not really shocked about that. It did get kind of slaughtered when it got nerfed. A buff to Arcane Spheres, so that buffs a few different things. Demon Warrior gets some more HP. Jezra gets a small buff. Thelic gets a buff. Swarmer Totem gets a buff. Ah, we don't want that getting out of control. Arcane Barrage gets a buff. And Rimagold's Breath gets changed into a defensive spell. That might just kill the card. Right. Bans are in. So, KATT has banned Apep. Ardera. High Inquisitor Ardera. Yahoon, Keeper of Jadespark, and Korgoth. All big. We've got some 2 big ones, and then Ardera is a real sort of key part of a specific strat that just doesn't, you can't replace Ardera. So that's a good ban. And then Ficus has banned King Puff. Also has banned Yahoon. Also has banned High Inquisitor Ardera and Herald Armoon. Interesting to see Ficus banning Herald. I bet he plays it. Right, there we go. Apep, Ardera, Yahoon, Korgoth, King Puff, Yahoon, Ardera, and Herald. Right, those are the bans. That's what cannot be played. But let's find out what they can play. Of course, once the players have received the bans, then they've got to adjust either the deck they're going to play or adjust their strat based on what they can't play, what they think their opponent might play. Hey Todd, what's going on? Great to have you here. Right, that's it. We've got the bans in. We're just waiting to go. This match has been a little bit slow to start, so hopefully when it's over, everything else will be finished and we can go straight into the next round, but you know, that's maybe a little bit of wishful thinking. We are ready to go when they're ready. I know KATT has definitely had a Yahoon deck. That's off the table. Ardera, heavy Imperium pushes with Ardera. Very difficult to deal with. So we're not going to see any of that. But what we are going to see,
Let's go.
He's right in front of our eyes.
Stand with me or die.
Okay, Morelia for KATT, KP for Ficus. Looks like Korgoth for KATT, I would say. We've got a lot of Voidborn. Korgoth looks like if it is, it's going to be deep in his deck. There it is. Kind of frustrating. You want to get that out as soon as possible, really. Very aggressive. Succubus really just getting shut down there. That was a little frustrating. Right, there's Korgoth, but the first... It's taken 50 seconds to get the first Korgoth. And it can be a big difference between Korgoth being in your hand to start with or being your last card. Money says Rimmergard's Breath still hits both sides, just can't be spammed on a bridge. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to check that. I thought that might be that's how it is. Kind of makes sense. Right, we've got a Gax at the bottom. Gax clears everything. There's the Skellies. Remember, you only get 3 of them now. 3 or 6 instead of 408 from the... 408? 4 or 8 from the spellbook. Little XP lead for Ficus, but nothing really to talk about here. Blue Golem gets the Giant Growth. Okay, here comes the Seal. Korgoth Seal. Oh, that's a nice use of the Vortex, pulling the Succubus in. That's going to be frustrating. Seal being delayed a little bit. You have to play the Seal at the right time, because sometimes you have a handful of things that are just perfect to deal with the situation of the board. And then you use the Seal, and then suddenly you've got completely different cards that you can't do anything with. Right, the second Seal still hasn't been played. I think in the last event we had a weird situation where KATT got Korgoth available but delayed playing him for ages. And it really didn't work out. So you can see, this interesting here, he's not prioritizing using the Korgoth here. Wants to keep the pressure on the bridges. Probably going to use it now. He might not want to just lose the Doom Cleaver. Okay, Doom Cleaver becomes a Colossus. Remember, the Invoke will replace a card with a Voidborn card that is 1 more valuable, mana-wise. But still costs the same amount. So you can see that Colossus should be a 9 mana card, but it's only 7 because it's had 2 invokes on from whatever it started with. It was something that became a Doom Cleaver and then it became a Colossus. Right, Korgoth is out. Skelly's great to tank the Golem. But remember, every time Korgoth kills something during his attack, that will trigger another invoke. There's 4 invoke mana bonuses there at the moment. Okay, Magma Storm does exactly what he needs it to do. You have to be careful a little bit with the invoke, is if you're playing a card as it gets invoked, it can change into something completely different and you end up Magma Storm in your own face or something. Right, Korgoth getting murdered at the bottom there. Gonna survive just. But we know how strong Perk 3 KP is. We're gonna have the Dragon available for KATT as well. And that double-pronged approach could be difficult for him to deal with. Let's see what he decides to do. Skeletons again. We haven't seen any spirits really yet. Breath's going to be great in a minute because we're probably going to see some Night Puffs. Okay, nothing at the moment. Right, there we see Dragon spawn defensively. Colossus is not going to have a very good time at the top there against the Golem. Get a couple of hits off before it gets snapped in half. Oh, the shield popped on the golem there as well. That was... Look, I'm not sure if it... I don't think it tanked a hit. That was the shield from perk 3 KP. I feel like the pickup area for perk 3 KP is much bigger than it actually looks like. You see the circle around it on the right there? I feel like it's actually much bigger than that. Right. I don't even remember what happened to Nivit. Nivit's just gone. Big XP lead for Ficus here. This is going to be difficult for KATT to bring back. Invisible Korgoth, though. That's going to help him here. He's going to get a hit off without taking any DPS. Is he going to die here? Oh, he dies down. That's frustrating. KATT needs to put the pressure on the bridges here, though. He can't sit back because Ficus is close to Mana Frenzy. And if KP gets bridges, gets Mana Frenzy, gets those Night Puffs, it could be all she wrote. That is a long way away from his Mana Frenzy. The Cleaver hits exactly where Ficus wants him to. Okay. Ficus has got his Mana Frenzy now. If he can close these bridges out, it's going to be over. Vortex is so useful here, stopping any sort of bridge interactions. Needs to be careful. That doesn't want that golem to hit Korgoth. It is going to hit Korgoth. Look at that huge punch. Doesn't get the second punch out. That could be important. But look, the next push is coming. I don't think KATT can hold on here. Looks like Ficus is going to take this. Cleaver comes in, gets onto face. KATT still has a bit of HP left, but that's going to quickly go down. And KATT, the reigning champion from the last 3 events, looks like he's going to lose the first game here in this best of 3 against Ficus. And there we see. Wasn't able to contest the bridges enough. And once perk 3 KP starts popping off, that is just too much. Right. Are we going to have an upset here? Ficus did a good job. Had some good tools available. Korgoth not really being able to get much pressure on the bridges. Not generating too much value. The Golem really was a good answer to that. The Korgoth push. Not only does it DPS it down super fast, but it prevents any invokes getting triggered. So very little value from the kingpin of that strategy. Right, Ficus takes the first game. And is KATT going to be able to fight back? We shall find out shortly. Now, if we remind ourselves of the bans... Remember, KATT did ban Korgoth, but was able to play it himself, but wasn't able to turn it into a victory. Right, there's a link in the chat there for the brackets if you want to follow along from home. You are more than welcome to. Right, let's have a look what's going on elsewhere whilst we're waiting for game 2 here. Okay, this is on the wrong screen. The KATT reigning champion, 1-0 down to Ficus. Stay hydrated, folks. Okay, right. Managed to find the screen I was looking for. Okay, so DSOO's beaten Chainig 2-0. Iwi against Kryptonius Rex, 2-0 to Iwi. KATT against Ficus, as we saw here. Ficus taking the first game. Set against DARKCROW. DARKCROW's taken the first game there. All best of 3s, of course. Duxen against Destroy. No games reported there. Could be a slow one. MADMAX against Double B. We've got MADMAX taking the first game there. Westlin beating Renzo 2-1. Renzo took the first game, but Westlin fought back, closed out a 2-1 victory there, and ANGI losing 2-0 to That Ain't It Chief. Right, so we got some matches completed and some matches not. Just waiting on the players for game 2 here. KATT 0, Ficus 1. Not necessarily the scoreline we were expecting. But we saw, yeah, Extendov says a lot of mistakes from KATT. I don't know. He definitely played that succubus onto the bridge that got cleavered. I didn't really like that. You've got to be super careful playing onto the bridge with cleavers everywhere generally. But I think it was just a case that Golem was such a good answer to Korgoth. Okay, so a little delay while the players are deciding what to do. Yep, as Sorreless said, Ficus definitely did well. Had a good deck set up. Played it well, held his counters as he needed to, kept pressure on the bridges, generated those night buffs. I don't know how much Korgoth being so deep in KATT's deck affected him. Not only was it deep in his deck, he also delayed it for a long time. I don't know if that was the right play or not. I mentioned in the past, last event we saw him against Set, I think. He delayed and delayed and delayed, and ultimately it was just too late. But we could see that even when Korgoth was out, it didn't really hugely change the way the match was going. And with the Golem always being something that's going to shut down Korgoth, it makes you want to play Korgoth really defensively, be careful, try to control the fights, but of course that means that you're leaving the bridges in your opponent's hand more often than not. And then, you know, eventually that's what Mana Frenzy's for. It's a way of bringing these matches to an end by rewarding bridge control. When you get to Mana Frenzy, all of your XP is turned into extra mana. So the XP you get natively, organically, plus from the bridges, plus from anything else like mana puffs, ruffles, whatever, that's turned into mana. And mana puff gives you mana anyway, like Bridge Shrine or something. XP into mana. Right, okay. Oh, gonna cough. Okay, game 2. Let's see what we get here. Can KATT fight back? Let's find out. Right, APEP against KP. King Puff. Because may well be playing the same deck as before. Not sure. Caber Tosser. Remember, Caber Tosser only gets one Caber now. There is no reload of the Caber with Revelry. His Revelry effect is to get raid. Okay, Simulacrum from perk 1 gives a blue golem for KATT. Got some Outlander cards and tech here. The The Ion Grenade, of course, is going to feed off that tech. The more tech it has, the more damage it does. Up to 200 damage in total. 50 standard damage, and then we'll go again for each 25 tech or something. Can be a big removal spell for only 3 mana. Okay, so again, I do like the change to the Caber Tosser because it means you've got to be careful with the Caber. Don't just waste it. How many times do we see people just play it and they just throws a Caber at the first scrat it sees? That's sort of lazy gameplay will get punished now. Okay, Ficker's taken a decent amount of HP damage here. KATT feels far more in control in this one. Done a lot of face damage and has a big XP lead. Okay, nice. Ion Grenade clearing everything allows the ATG drone to keep DPSing away. It does get de-aggroed though by the bridge switch. Okay. Needs to make sure he keeps everything in a line here. Okay, looks like the Caber Tosser is going to survive this. It's just a Woodsman now, but a Woodsman is not to be shirked at. And there it does have Rage from the Groggy Woodsman, Revelry effect. And those two are pretty tanky, and they can do a lot of damage. It's a couple of hits off. That Golem's not going to last too long here. Does he get another hit off? Not. Oh, yes, he does, just as he goes down. And that Golem just evaporates. Again, good value from the Caber. Interestingly, there the Caber Tosser gets stunned from the Defenso from throwing the Caber at it. Surely, like, the Caber's got to be a ranged attack, right? Why does that trigger the stun from the Defenso? Who knows? Just I think that's been a thing forever. Kind of just is. It's weird, but it's just how it happens. Right. Perk 3 now for KATT. He's going to get that extra 4 mana card for free every cycle. Well, not every cycle. Every however many seconds. 33 or something. I don't know what it is now. Can't see. Every 33 seconds, yes. And that's going to start putting on even more pressure. Looks like KATT's bringing this back. Struggled in the first game of this series, but looks like he's going to close out this one. Just judging by how far ahead he is at the moment. HP is solid. DPS is, XP is good. Unfortunately, not to kill that Golem at the top. That could be punishing. Cleaver dies at the bottom. ATG drone's doing a great job, though. Because doesn't have a good way of dealing with the ATG drone until it gets onto his side of things. Okay. Jin goes down. Right, here's perk 3 for KP. Can that change things? Probably not, because KATT's got a massive XP lead here. Hugely ahead. Those Night Puffs get shredded immediately. ATG drone almost gets through the face. Right, that's a cleaver from the Simulacrum, and it's hasted. It's coming in hot. Needs to be dealt with. It's not. Ficus allows that to hit face. That's got to be a mistake, surely. Then he doesn't use the cleaver to kill the cleaver. Some misplays at the end there, but I don't think it changed anything. KATT fights back. 1-1. I've definitely mistimed cleavers when they get hasted like that. They come in fast. It looked like he should have tanked that, or at least killed it with his cleaver. Could have pushed the game a little bit on. But he was so far behind on XP, there was no way he was coming back from that. Right, 1-1. Game on. Amar, what's up? Arang, good to have you here. Zepiap, good to see you, my friend. Right. So this is 1-1, best of 3, third round of 5 Swiss rounds. Most of the other games have been completed. Looks like Set against DARKCROW may have been slow to start. Only seeing one game completed there. DARKCROW leading 1-0 against Set. And we're, of course, 1-1 here. KATT against Ficus. Both of these players have won both their matches so far, but somebody's going to lose that 100% record. Who's it going to be? KATT looks much more comfortable in that second game. Seemed to be always in charge of that match. Big lead on XP. Nice use of the caber tosser. Remember, it's you're basically getting a woodsman with a removal spell. It's kind of an awkward removal spell to use if you think of his caber like that. But he was always able to get good value from it. Very nicely done. Okay. KATT struggled in game 1. Brings it back to 1 game all. Question is, who's going to close this out? This doesn't decide anything. Neither of these players have lost a match today, so if they lose, whoever loses this is not necessarily out of the event. They still have a decent chance of getting to the top 4. Does Wood... I mean, maybe, but like, if he throws it, it's no longer attached to him, right? So if he's going to get shocked by that, if he's close to it, that has to be a huge current or voltage or something, right? Ask the devs. Question. Why does Caber Tosser still get shocked by a Defenso when throwing Caber? I feel like it's been like that forever. Probably get fixed at some point, maybe. Just weird. Right, here we go, loading into the final game of this best of 3. KATT 1, Ficus 1. Who is going to keep their 100% win record intact?
Minion Masters.
Who's going to take their first L of the day? Looks like KATT's playing the same deck. Apep against Wrecked. Right. So, it looks like Ficus is playing something similar that we've seen before with a different master. Okay, ATG drone does take a lot of damage from the flyby, does get slowed, but is still alive. Here we see pushing onto the bridges is always going to be painful when there's a cleaver in town. Siegebreaker tanks 2 hits from the cleaver though. It has 625 HP now, right? So it's 25 HP left. So it is definitely a tank in name. He wants to tank here, try to keep his... Okay, deciding who to throw that at. Who wants my words? Wrecked gets it. Okay, he's going to trigger the Revelry and then split up. Okay, so the Caber Defenso interaction is a bug and should be fixed at some point. It does a good job keeping that monkey alive there. Tranquil Monkey's going to heal back up to full. Does have the Growth Burst Shroom buff. The Giant Growth, so it's going to be valuable. That's why it's one of my favourite cards in the game. Resurrects almost like a zombie. Comes back from the dead. So XP pretty much level. Yeah, and he's going to target the ATG drone. It's not going to die, I don't think, though. Yes, it does. I know nothing. ATG drone has I don't exactly know how the aggro works. It's interesting because it's one of those ones that kind of floats around, can move all over the place, getting aggroed around. Right, nice clear at the top. This is a tanky push at the bottom. Cleaver will shut it down pretty quickly. Again, the ATG drone comes in. One Punch Blast perk 3 for Ficus is going to be really good for dealing with that ATG drone because it's kind of problematic for him to deal with so far. I mean, the Caber might be seen as a melee attack, but it obviously shouldn't be, right? Oh, okay! KATT mistake. He thought that was a real cleaver. It wasn't. He played the Blood Imps on it. It exploded. Took everything with it. I mean, of course it should be considered ranged, right? If you're throwing something at something, that's a ranged attack. If he was using the stick, and actually this makes me think of one of the card prototypes I've seen. If he had a big... If he was literally thumping someone with the Caber, right? That's a melee attack. If it's thrown, that's a ranged attack. Well, they can't get the lumber again because they changed it, right? You can only get one of them now. Okay, tanks the one punch blast there. Caber tosser. So this is where the Caber tosser can get less value when it's just on the other side and your opponent can deal with it. Well, let's have a look. KATT needs to be careful with the Blood Imps. Oh, Cleaver hits one there. That's going to be quite painful. XP for Ficus here. Okay, looks like KATT's positioning things, trying to keep the ATG drone alive against the one punch blast. But this is a big push coming from Ficus. Is he about to take a match here against Set? It's going to be a big hit from the Caber, but just not enough. There's a lot of tanky units there. In comes the Cleaver. And of course, XP's just piling up for Ficus here. So if the Caber was a proper ranged attack, then it should get buffed by Stormbringer, for example. You should be able to use the Sugarlight Shield to block it. Like, there's a lot of things, interactions that don't work currently as you would expect. Okay. KATT needs to be careful here. Very low HP. Can definitely not use the Blood Imps. Okay, Ficus... I'm calling this now. Ficus has got this. He's got a big XP lead. KATT is very low HP. One punch to face. One more hit. 2 HP. The flyby is going to come in and kill him. Does he have... I mean, the fact you can't use the Blood Imps makes your cycle more annoying. He does have the shield. Does have a heal puff. But perk 3 for Ficus was a long time ago. And now Mana Frenzy is popping off. That's a fake cleaver, but he could still die to a fake cleaver. Okay. Boy, really didn't want to lose that heal puff there. Okay. KATT in defense mode here. Oh, I feel like that's a mistake there as well. Playing that too close to face so the bounce free can bounce. I mean, awkward positioning anyway where you're going to play that. But Ficus takes the match against KATT. Ficus 2, KATT 1. Which bug? The Caber Tosser, if you throw the Caber at a Defenso, for example, you get stunned like it's a melee attack, but it's clearly a ranged attack, so it's not correctly noted as an attack type. And as mentioned, there's various different interactions with Sugarlight Shield and stuff with ranged attacks that don't interact the same with melee attacks. And as Lone Dog says, spear throws do both. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like it should be difficult. Just a thing that needs to be fixed and is probably not a priority at the moment. Right. Ficus has beaten KATT by 2-1. It is AoE, yeah, that's different. Spear throwers have a ranged attack and then a regular melee attack. If the lumber is wet and the tosser is wet, the electricity, it could do, yeah. That's a good call. Maybe it's like, if it's close, does it always throw the same distance? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe the caber tosser needs rubber-soled shoes. I don't know. DARKCROW says, yep, Ficus dealt well with the ATG. That was problematic, but the longer the game went on, the better he was able to deal with it. Right, I need to pee. And I think all of the matches are complete in the 3rd round. So we should be waiting for the 4th round to update. And I will BRB. Right, take a break now if you need it. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and then we'll see where we're going to go for the 4th round. Right. Looks like the 4th round matches have popped up on the screen. Have a look at them. Okay, Ficus. We just saw Ficus beating the mighty KATT. Ficus now, his reward is to face the mighty DARKCROW. So Ficus against DARKCROW. Set against Destroy. Iwi against KATT. Deathshoot against Westlin. That Ain't It Chief against Double B. Chainig against MADMAX. Renzo against ANGI. And Yuxen against Kryptonius Rex. Right, who should we watch? We've just seen Ficus. We haven't seen DARKCROW yet today. We saw Set. We haven't seen Destroy. We've seen DSOO and Westlin. The ice is melting to make them wet. So I see. Okay, that's very specific. Yep, just a reminder, we do have a 3-minute delay to keep everything above board here in the fish tank on tournament days. So if it looks like I'm ignoring you, I'm not. Well, I might not be. He tosses a log. It should be ranged, yeah. It'll be fixed at some point. Just a weird interaction. Just one of those things, if you play it, you need to kind of know. I mean, if you want to know exactly how your interactions are going to go, then pay attention to that. Right. So Ficus and DARKCROW are both unbeaten. So I think we're going to go with that one. I know we just saw Ficus, but Ficus beat KATT. Let's see how he can do against this DARKCROW. I don't know why I keep wanting to say Destroy. Yes, it's true. I mean, you're almost getting greed there to the point where you're having like interactions based on like Pokemon levels of types, right? Like a flame thing is really good against a furry thing, for example. And then you have a spell to like make something wet. So I don't want to go any further with that. Yes. It's just a bug, right? Doesn't work as you would expect. So, hopefully, it'll be fixed at some point. Right. So, let's do Ficus against DARKCROW next. I know we saw Ficus, but it'd be good to see DARKCROW. Let's try and get this set up here. Right. So, Ficus is going to be player 1 here. I just like things in the game to be consistent and to kind of make sense. So if you don't know something, you can kind of figure it out. Thanks, Greed. And the ranged Caber triggering the melee defensive ability just doesn't make sense. Anyway, we spoke about that a lot. Let's move on. Ficus against DARKCROW, they're both unbeaten. They're probably in a very good position to both get to the top 4, but there are still 2 rounds left, so 2 potential losses can be had, and we know 2 losses are probably going to be too much to get through to the top 4. We'll have a look at the standings after this round, because then that'll give us a good idea of who's really on the cusp and who we should watch. Right. Where is DARKCROW? Don't think he's online at the moment. Okay. So, DARKCROW against Ficus. Bans are being decided upon. Let's refresh this. Cool. Okay, so we're just waiting for the bans to come in. I'm sure DARKCROW would have watched that last match between KATT and Ficus. Maybe get some ideas of what he can and can't ban. Or should and shouldn't ban. Or should and shouldn't play. Just more information, right? Information is power, and power is something. You have a better idea of what to expect. Okay. Ficus is player 1, right? Yeah. Hey. Right, that's good to go. So we're just waiting on the bans. And then we are ready. So, both these players have not lost a match today. But of course, one of them will. Are you talking about a conquest? I'm not sure, actually. I don't really pay that much attention to conquest. Conquest I really don't like. What's your guild called? I'm looking forward to a revamped guild conquest system at some point. Because being kind of semi-forced to play subpar decks at high ranks is just not fun. Right, so if we look at the standings whilst we're waiting, we've got a message from DSOO. Fishy, help me! We got DARKCROW. Okay, DARKCROW, Iwi, Ficus, All unbeaten so far. Right. And then we've got KATT, Westling, Destroy, MADMAX, Death Shoot, all on one loss. So, players are working towards a top 4. But we've got a lot of players that are still within a shot. But we'll have less players who are in with a shot after this round completes. Why would DSOO need to know what the banned cards are halfway into a tournament? Would you not check that at the start? This guy. Okay. We're getting the bans in. I think we might. Right, here we go. Bans are here. Right, player 1 is Ficus, right? Yeah, Ficus. So Ficus bans against DARKCROW, King Puff, Azali, which is Shield Captain, no, Commander Azali. Commander Azali. Ardera, which is High Inquisitor Ardera, and Zeppelin Bombers, which are just Zeppelin Bombers. And then DARKCROW is banning Wrecked, Boomer, High Inquisitor Ardera, and Bounce Brief Flingers. Right, so those are the bans. Ardera getting a lot of ban action today. Haven't seen her outside of any of the matches. Inside, around. Haven't seen her at all outside. She's either been banned or not played. But not banned or played didn't happen. That's not confusing at all. Right, anyway. Ficus and DARKCROW are ready and waiting. The Undying Army, nice. Just behind, good stuff. Should be almost ready to go here. DARKCROW clearly scared or concerned about Ficus's Wrecked. And Ficus against DARKCROW's King Path. But of course, a lot of Masters still available. It is still best of 3, no conquest rules, so there is no restriction outside of the bans on playing Masters, whether you've won with them or not yet. That will change though when we get to the best of 5 top 4 shootouts. But for now, for this round and the next round, best of 3, no conquest rules. That's why you see players playing the same decks and Masters multiple times. Some people don't like to do that, some do. Right, so if you just joined us, this is Night's Duel number 30, Team Mana Friends in BetaDwarf. We've got a $400 prize pool. We've just seen Ficus beat KATT by 2 games to 1. And now in the 4th round of the 5 Swiss rounds, we're going to have Ficus against DARKCROW. Can Ficus take another scalp? Or did he burn too bright? And DARKCROW is going to bring him back to Earth. We shall find out shortly. Reminder, if you're new to the stream, make sure you hit the follow button so you can keep up to date on all sorts of Minion Masters stuff here in the fish tank. Greed, thanks for your follow today. Izuka, thanks for your follow. Captain Stars, Wilma. Appreciate you guys joining us and hitting that follow button. And of course, if you want to support the event, or sorry, support the stream, you can hit that sub button to get some cool stuff. Including an in-game avatar and emote for Minion Masters! We've got a giveaway running as well. I need to get the command. Every time I look for it, something happens and distracts me from it. There it is, right. Get this message here. Oops. do the giveaway at the end of the stream or after the stream or at some point. Right, here we go. We're loading into the first game. It's best of 3.
Start expending mana. Go, go, go.
Ficus against DARKCROW. As mentioned, Ficus just beating KATT. How's he going to do here against DARKCROW? Right, Ficus. Remember, Yahoo was banned in his match against KATT. But not here. Right, we're going to see shrooms. Many shrooms. Many Zenshi. Right, we're going to see a growth burst buff on that blue golem at the bottom. I think basically when a blue golem gets the buff like this, I think it becomes a green golem. Thanks for the raid, Joe, Nathan White. Appreciate that. Okay, look at this golem just murdering everything at the bottom there. It's a lot of mana to keep it alive, but alive it is. Okay, so reminder, KP against Morelia. And that golem at the bottom there is buffed both in terms of spirit and growth burst, giant growth shroom buff. That thing's a beast. Oh, blood imps! Reboomer! Okay. Had to use 4 mana's worth to try to stop it being punished, but the Reboomer lives. Right, not anymore. These tournaments are PC only. Potentially, with 2.0, we could have cross-platform tournaments. At the moment, whilst PC and Xbox do share the same ecosystem, there's no cross-platform friend list, so you can't create matches across platforms. But with 2.0, that could well be possible, since they're gonna BetaDwarf's gonna have their own account system. But fingers crossed that works out. Okay, that bridge switch is just to keep that golem away from the Yahoo. Trying to kill this Reboomer. Looks like he's gonna. That's a big push at the top there. Needs to handle at the bottom though, does Ficus. Jing, one of the most played legendary cards. And you can see why. That huge AoE stun shutting down that scary looking push. Greed, I'll forgive you this time. Right, XP still level. Nobody's taken terrifying face damage. There was almost some terrifying face damage with the Reboomer onto the Blood Imps. Didn't quite happen. Cleaver just getting tangled up with the skeletons at the top. Golem's going to bring his life to a miserable end. Right, Reboomer goes down. Nice use of the Sunder. Don't waste that Sunder if you're playing Yahoo. So many times we see people just immediately use the Sunder in the first opportunity. Use it wisely. Okay, so how's the perk 3 going to affect things here? King Puff perk 3, we know those Night Puffs could be super strong. DARKCROW's going to have a one-time only dragon in the form of Nirvir the Fallen, with accompanying breath. Okay, XP basically level. Right, here comes Nirvir. You're trying to keep the Reboomer alive. Doesn't quite get it. Nirvir... Okay, I mean, Nirvir under a Jing can be terrifying, but Ficus isn't playing like a juggle deck with loads of spells to keep Jing doing his thing. There we see the bridge switch. Night Puffs, of course, come with a shield, but they don't get too much value off, and we've got spirits, or at least a spirit on that Nirvir. That needs to be handled with. This is going to be on face, and one thing you've got to be careful with, Nivir, even if Nivir's not aggroed on face like here, it is hitting face. Vicker's taking a lot of face damage here. Nice juggle for Jing. This could be too much problem. I think this might be too much for him. Because that golem's on face, and that's just going to snap his tower in two. Oh, okay. The Morgul's Mark actually slowed things down a little bit there, but DARKCROW takes that, and he takes the first in his best of three. A teal golem? Yeah, maybe. Just doesn't look blue anymore. Like, it doesn't look very blue to start with. And then when it's green, there's even less blue. You know? Say it as we see it. Okay, DARKCROW takes that early game, and Nivir really was strong. Didn't have a good way of shutting it down quickly, and of course, you're really just struggling at that point when Nivir, even though, as I said, Nivir's not aggroed on face, but it is hitting face. Jinglong bug. There is some weirdness with Jinglong, like if you stun it and then it comes out of the stun and then it does its own stun. There's some kind of weirdness I've seen at times with that. Right. Napsatan, thanks so much for the follow, my friend. Get a shout out for Joe, new fish tank member in the guild. Okay, so we saw in the last match Ficus beating KATT, but is DARKCROW going to be too much for him to handle? Let's remind ourselves of the bans. Remember, Ficus banned KP, but is able to play KP. Your bans only affect your opponent, and of course they ban back to you. Ardera getting very heavily banned today. There are some definitely very strong Ardera strats. Remember, she buffs all the Empyrean stuff around her when she dies. She rages it. She gives them Divine Shield, which can be a nightmare to deal with. We saw DARKCROW banning the Bounce Brief Flingers. So Ficus may have had to adjust his deck a little bit. I don't know. He may have played the Shroomers instead of the Flingers to get some more more mushroom action. I think the Flingers are still pretty decent, even if you just use their Shroom to buff them. It's still a decent strat. Remember, you get 2 of them. It does slow your cycle down a little bit, but nothing too terrifying. Right, do we have any other matches that have resolved? Set against Destroy. I keep calling DARKCROW Destroy and Destroy DARKCROW. I don't know. Set's taken the first game there. KATT lost the first game against Iwi. Iwi having a very strong showing today. KATT struggling a little bit compared to what we've seen in the past. So he's a game down and he could get eliminated. DSOO against Westlin. That's currently in a deciding match. Double B's beaten Chief. MADMAX has beaten Chainig 2-0. Renzo's got a win against ANGI. That's 2-1. And Rex has beaten Yuxen 2-0. Okay, so half the match is completed. Half still outstanding. We're seeing the power of the blue golem in many different situations. It trades so well against other big cards. FDM joining us today. Good to have you here. Of course, one of the Minion Masters developers working hard at BetaDwarf. Getting 2.0 ready for its release next month. If you stun Jinglong while it was activated at first play, stuns when getting stuns. Yeah, it's kind of weird. If it was played unactivated, doesn't stun after getting out the stun. Okay, add it to the list. It's one of those things that if you play it a lot and at the high level, you just kind of want to be aware of it if you want to be fully cognizant of what's going to be happening.
Masters, get ready.
Right, game 2. DARKCROW took the first. Let's see where we're going now. Okay, so APEP against Morelia. This time it's an accursed Morelia. Accursed is in an interesting spot. It used to be like a 2v2 only strat. Whereas now I feel like it's far more prominent in 1v1. Not exactly sure. Remember, it has been balanced a lot. Things like the breath that were dominant before did get nerfed a lot. But I feel like even before that happened, they really dropped off in how popular they were. Right. Remember, the Prowler takes like 96 damage now to be prevented. That's a good boomer. And it takes 22 seconds to spawn. Right. Prowler spawns. Spirited Wolf. DARKCROW getting the spirit really where he wanted it there. Maybe preferred it on the bottom one, but apart from that. What's up, James? Right, here comes the push with the Wolves. Spirited Wolf is pretty tanky. Does have a Raged Wolf, though, that's going to shut it down pretty quickly. Lot of damage coming out on that Cleaver. It's almost dead. Makes it far more easy to handle once it's been savagely destroyed. And remember, it has 50 less HP than it did in the last patch. Okay, Wolf going to get a little bit of damage here. But perk 2 for Ficus to start with here. Okay, Reboomer's going to suck a little bit, unless you can shut it down with it. Okay, no, he doesn't. Okay, that's a mistake. The Spirited Boomer, the Spirit kind of gets wasted, though, once it hatches. Okay, I feel like Ficus misplayed that. Like, how did that Boomer survive? So we're looking for Ascension for DARKCROW. Does he have Toll? Yeah, he does have Toll of the Dead. You can tell that because of the circle on the left, the dark circle near Ficus's tower. That's the remains from Toll. So there should be a power spike when DARKCROW gets to Ascension. He's at 70 Spectral Essences. Needs to get to 80. Okay, here comes the next push. This is looking a little scary. Unholy Ground's going to definitely help out, though. Right, there's the Ascension. There's the Dongs from the Toll of the Dead. But perk 3 for Ficus has his free card. And guess what it is? It's an Undying Skeleton. Okay, Cleaver is good against killing the skeletons. Oh, it's going to run out of this, I think. That's a misplay there from DARKCROW. Cleaver doesn't really take much damage. And I think Ficus kind of played into the misplay as well, because he played the units into the harmful souls to tank the hits, but he didn't need to, so he lost units unnecessarily. So a little bit of a misplay from both players there. Right, the next power spike from DARKCROW is going to be perk 3 Nirvir. XP's close enough to still be competitive. The DARKCROW's fairly low on HP. Nice explosion there, but look at the DPS coming in. DARKCROW needs to handle this. Is he waiting for Nirveer? He needs to be careful because Nirveer could get slaughtered here. This is problematic. This is going to be game for Vickers here. Skritillery comes in and takes it. One game all, and DARKCROW just getting to his perk 3 power spike, but the aggro of Vickers' deck was just too much. Too many powerful units. Difficult for him to deal with. Plus that Skritillery support clearing out all of the little stuff designed to tank the big units. Right, Vickers fights back. It's 1-1 here. Remember, Vickers beating KATT earlier. Now 1-1 against DARKCROW. Okay, KATT fighting back against Iwi. It's 1-1 in that match. Iwi taking the first. Set against Destroy. It looks like Set's taken that 2-0. Death Shoot against Westlin. Looks like DSOO's just been confirmed as the winner of that. Westlin took the first game. DSOO fighting back to take a 2-1 victory. So, only 2 matches left in this 4th round. And then we'll have a good idea of what's going on in the standings. And we'll look at that before we go into the 5th round. So, Vickers and DARKCROW, 1-1. Iwi and KATT, 1-1. I think in that last game, if DARKCROW had been able to hang on just a little bit longer, the Nirveer introduction could have helped a lot. What he wanted to do with that perk 3 Nirveer is wait for the Cage Prowler to go down and then use the breath from that perk 3 to kill the Prowler, get value on whatever else was there, and then of course hopefully start coming back, because the XP was about level. He had his Ascension power spike, he had the Dragon coming, but wasn't able to get value from it. He could have maybe got the Dragon down at the end, but the problem was, even if he'd got it down, there was so much DPS around. I think there was a Flame Imp, there was Cleaver, Prowler. Everything was just going to DPS that Dragon down immediately, and it wouldn't have really saved anything. Okay, 1-1. A reminder that neither of these players have lost yet today. So whoever wins is going to go into the last round with a 100% record. Probably guaranteed at the top 4. Whoever loses is probably going to go into that last 4 with a good chance of getting into the top 4 in the last round, but can't afford to lose. Once you've lost 2 games, it's probably too much to get to the top 5. Update just in. KATT's been beaten again. Looks like Iwi is... No! I'm completely wrong. Ignore me. Sorry. How did I don't know how I managed to read that incorrectly. Start again. Update just in. KATT's beaten Iwi by 2-1. He took the 3rd game. I don't know how I read that wrong. Just so stupid. Sorry. Reading is apparently hard. Right, okay, so KATT, remember, he lost to Vickers, but he has returned to winning ways, and he's given himself a good chance to get into the top 4. Right, sorry about that. Okay, so, Vickers against DARKCROW, that's the only match outstanding. That's for bad people. Yikes, that's fighting talk. Okay, so KATT fighting back, still in with a chance. It looks like we're going to have one person with a 100% record going into the last one, the last round. The question is it going to be Vickers? Or is it going to be DARKCROW? We will answer that as soon as the players are ready to go. Okay. Both players are in the menu, so they should be good to go almost. Remember, no season cards due to regular restrictions. So that means no Denver, no Wagasaw Pup. Not sure we would see either of those, to be fair. Not dominated in the meta like that, some of them. So remember, people always claim about how the new cards are always strong. They're designed to be strong to force people to buy the season pass. Look at Denver. Look at Wagasaw Pup. You don't need them to compete. Very, very rarely seen on the leaderboard. Right. Here we go. We're loading into the decider here. Between Fickers and DARKCROW. 1-1. Someone's going to lose their unbeaten record. Who is it about to be?
Play cards. Come to me, minions.
Okay, APEP against Morelia. DARKCROW, I think, has played Morelia in all of these matches. That's fine. Suicrat's going to get some value at the bottom there. Oh, doesn't quite get the next one off. That reboomer is a real problem. Can he jump away from it? The problem there is not only does the reboomer kill it, it doesn't kill the reboomer. So the reboomer needs to again be handled. Can't say stuff like what? I don't know what I said. I don't know what I said 3 minutes ago. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
All will end with me.
Okay, looks like Fickers are going to take some face damage here, and this golem will hurt. It will get at least 3 hits. Right, Battle Monkey. Again, needs to be handled with care. Fickers is going to take some face damage here. Battle Monkey's still going. Not really triggered up, but getting some decent damage out. Still going. Right, Fickers under half HP. That's more damage than we expected it to take. Right, Shroomer splitting at the top. Remember, you get 2 full HP splits now. Because he's going to be taking more damage here. Forced to use his Scrotillery deep. Doesn't kill the Jing either. That's kind of annoying. This is not looking great for Fickers, but we'll see how it pans out. DARKCROW gets the perk 2 first. Difficult push at the bottom to deal with the cleaver, sorry, with the golem, with the reboomer there. Okay, reboomer's going to go down. Okay, once the reboomer goes down, that becomes a lot more easy to deal with. Not necessarily easy to deal with, but easier. Okay, cleaver shuts it down. Okay, how's this push going? There is a Jing. Here comes the Jings to stun everything. Oh, it does a good job there, just in time getting the cleaver, because those swarmers do take a little bit of time to pop out. But you do have to give them plenty of time to respawn. Okay, Battle Monkey again. Shield available from perk 2. Needs it. Oh, that Battle Monkey needs... Okay, the Battle Monkey was getting triggered by those prop scrats. They killed it quickly enough for it to not be a problem. I'm not drinking Sneak, no, I just have a Sneak container. It's Vimto, a blackcurrant cordial, if you must know. Okay, XP about the same, but Ficker's really running low on HP. The shield will help, of course, but APEP's shield is a shadow of what it used to be. Makes it more difficult for him to defend because he just can't really take anything on face. That weird noise, that means that he got Skeleton Crew from this perk. I'm not sure why that happens, but it's just a thing. Okay, how does he handle this? Swarmer's on face. Chain comes in. Ficus is about to die. Or is he? Can Apex save himself? No, he can't. DARKCROW dropping the dragon just to get the Jing juggle. Okay. DARKCROW ends Ficus's winning run for today. Doesn't mean he's out, of course. But DARKCROW maintains his winning record as we go into the final Swiss round. So that's the last match that needs to be locked in as a result. And then we'll have our standings going into the 5th round. We can see who's still in with a chance. Right, so I don't want to show the standings until it's locked in, because it gets very confusing when you look at standings without all of the matches having completed. You like Wogasaur Pup? I thought on paper Wogasaur Pup was going to be played more. But it wasn't. Right, so once that last match is locked in, we'll have the next matches up. I'll BRB. Right, did we get the results locked in yet? Doesn't look like it. We'll give it a quick, cheeky refresh. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so this is waiting for this to be verified. Players don't verify it, it will auto-verify. DARKCROW, Ficus. Okay, we verify this. No, where's my verify button? Okay, looks like it just got verified. Okay. Yes, Apep's shield totem was insane before. Tank thousands of damage. Okay, looks like it's been locked in. So, let's take a peek at the stand-ins. Okay. This is where it gets a little bit confusing when we look at the tiebreakers. Because the tiebreakers are, if someone's level on points, it then looks at the opponents, their opponent's set win percentage. So it takes into account how strong their opponents are. Then it takes into account their opponent's opponents. So again, give you an idea of how strong the people are that they beat and how strong the people that they were beat. Then it looks at game win percentage and then finally head to head. So, assuming that this is all locked in, just looking at the set count, looks like DARKCROW and Ficus aren't in yet. So we just need to wait for that to to show. I mean, it should be up to date. Right. Okay, it's updated now. Right. It's always dodgy looking at the table when it's not fully up to date. So DARKCROW unbeaten, as we see here, on 12 points. And then we've got Set, KATT, Ficus, IWE, DefShoot, MADMAX, all on 1 loss. So we basically got from 2nd down to 7th, fighting for 3 spots. Right. So who is on the cusp? We've got, let's have a look at the matchups we've got. So we've got Set against MADMAX, which is 2nd against 7th. But again, the winner of that will probably go through. So Set against, that could be one. KATT against DARKCROW is 1st against 3rd. Could knock KATT out there. Trying to see which match has the most on it. Ficus against DSOO, which is 4th against 6th. We have seen a lot of Ficus today, though. Stop grabbing your winky, Mortis. God damn it. Not going to get any bigger. I'm undecided who we should watch. There's so many good games. We've got KATT against DARKCROW. With DARKCROW unbeaten, KATT on 1 loss, so KATT could get eliminated by DARKCROW. I think we're probably going to watch that. Always good to watch these top players at any point in the event. Right, so let's start getting set up for this. So we're still in the Swiss part, but this is the last round. So this is going to decide the top 4. DARKCROW wins, he's definitely through, and KATT, I would say, is definitely out. KATT wins, then he's definitely put his hat back in the ring. And he'll have the same, he'll have a 4-1 record, same as DARKCROW. And then we'll have to have a look at the tiebreakers. And the tiebreakers are currently favouring KATT, although DARKCROW is ahead on points. The first tiebreaker, opponent's set win, is currently favouring KATT. So KATT could, if he beats DARKCROW, could go ahead of him. One day we'll fully understand how these tiebreakers work. But I think we know enough. Right, so KATT against DARKCROW. Let's get set up. Reminder, KATT has won the last 3 events, 4 out of the last 5. So he's been pretty dominant so far, but not necessarily today. But you can't win the tournament in the early rounds, you can only lose it. So maybe he's just trying to peak at the right time. Maybe he's got some special decks that he's holding for the later. Right, so let's get set up here. KATT against DARKCROW. Bans are going to be very important here, as always. That looks like DARKCROW's offline. JF not in the tournament, but he is playing on the ladder. Big sad. Right, so bans. Bans. We've seen Ardera, sorry, High Inquisitor Ardera, copping a lot of bans today. Probably going to see it again. Thanks for the YouTube subscription. Reminder that the VOD will be up on YouTube tomorrow. Make sure you drop a sub so you don't miss it. I think it's been a long time bug. It's kind of one of those things that is not really a high priority because it's kind of niche and it's not a particularly heavily played card. And with the whole 1.0, 2.0 transition, hopefully once 2.0 has landed, then the devs will have a much more... they'll be able to spend more time fixing these kind of bugs. We'll see. Watch this space. Always good to remind ourselves that it exists, because sometimes these bugs exist and they exist for so long that you kind of just get into the mindset that it's not a bug anymore. It's a feature. It's just how it works. Okay. Hopefully the players won't take too long. So reminder. Once this round is over, we'll have our top 4. So we'll go to our top 4 shootout, which will then be best of 5, as opposed to the best of 3 that we're at the moment. And we will also switch to conquest rules, which means you cannot play a master once you've won with that master. That should make things more interesting. So, for example, in that last match, DARKCROW against Ficus, DARKCROW played Morelia each and every match, which he would not be able to do in the in a best of 5 conquest rules scenario unless he's losing every match. No restrictions on losing with a master, only winning with them. Right. So, just waiting for the bans. Discord DM from someone saying, "Hey, how are you doing?" Well, that's going to be a worthwhile discussion. Nope. If you're going to cold call someone on DM, on Discord, at least say in your opening message whatever bullshit you're trying to scam. Just save everyone some time. Right, okay, bans are in. KATT is player 1, DARKCROW is player 2, which means KATT's bans are APEP, Bounceberry Flingers, Ardera, Inquisitor Ardera, as expected, and Yahoo! that's KATT's banned. Make sure we get these in the right order. And then DARKCROW has banned Morelia. Where are we? Bounce Reflingers. High Inquisitor Ardera. And Yahoon. Wait, they're the same? Flingers, Ardera, Yahoon. Okay, so they banned the same cards, just not the same masters. APEP for KATT and Morelia for DARKCROW. Right, Ardera again takes another ban. Seen her banned a lot. Players obviously worried about dealing with those strats. Definitely run into those this season on the ladder, and they are very difficult to deal with. Right. So, best of 3. Almost time to go. What the frick is brackets? DARKCROW, KATT, ready to go. This should be a good one. Remember, KATT has lost today against Vicus, so if he loses again, chances are he's out. So, fighting for his tournament life here. But beating DARKCROW could get him back into it. And as we said many times, KATT has won the last 3 events, 4 out of the last 5. So, he is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Right, there's the giveaway. If you want to get involved, we'll do it at the end of the stream. Make sure you enter, and maybe you'll win something. Maybe you won't. Who knows? But as long as you do the command and you're following the stream, you have a chance for some Minion Masters goodies. So, DARKCROW's still deck building, making some either last adjustments to the deck or changing the deck entirely. Reminder again, there's a public PTR this weekend, so if you want to see the upcoming proposed balance changes for the next patch, which is 2.0, you can check it out. You can also check out the new master and the new card. Join the Minion Masters Discord, give yourself the testing role, the PTR role, and check them out. Remember, you can also try out the 2.0 client in its current state, but this test is more about the balance rather than the client. And we'll have 2.0 for real in December. KATT now returning to deck building. Both players making decisions. As mentioned, KATT could get eliminated at this stage. DARKCROW likely safe. Turns out everyone was waiting for me. Oops. Right, so we should be going momentarily here. Dun, dun, dun. Right, KATT against DARKCROW. 2 will enter. 2 may leave. Also, only one of them may leave. We'll see. Because of the way that the tiebreakers work, it takes into account other people's scores and so on and so forth. It's difficult to know exactly what's happened until all the scores are locked in. Right, here we go.
Duel. Apex demands worship.
KATT playing a Slither-based Apep. We've got DARKCROW playing Wrecked, Azali, Mana Puff Madness. Somewhere, Westlin's ears twitching. Okay, Reboomer dying is okay. We're going to get a bridge grab from the heal puff, so that's nice. Punish the blood pack there. Remember, Armoon can revive, as long as there are some Slither bounds for revive to be sacrificed. Shield's going to be good here. Poison's not going to care about the shield, but Armoon is going to be kind of denied by the shield. Right. Here comes the Mana Puffs. He's going to wish he'd just held on the Chain Lightning a little bit to shut down some Mana Puffs there, but ultimately not going to change too much. We've got 2 Puffs alive at the bottom. Azali just survives. Okay, I got a little confused of who was from what team there. Mana Puffs die. Taluk the Vessel. Don't see him too often. Yes, 2.0 is going to be on Xbox and PC the 12th of January, I think, and then mobile early next year. It's January, I don't know, I want to say 16th, 18th might be right. There's an announcement in the Discord. Right, XP lead for KATT to start with. It is the 16th. Damn. Always be humble. Right, here comes the Mana Puff Madness from DARKCROW. Nice gong to shut down the powerful Flightless Dragons. We've got 2 Puffs alive at the bottom. They're shielded now as well. This is where it can start getting a little bit out of control. Okay, trying to shut down the bottom as quickly as possible. Shut those Puffs down. Okay, Puffs are down. XP still level. DARKCROW pretty low on HP. Remember, he does have some blood packed units, so he needs to be careful to not get punished by those. Like those Flightless Dragons could get shredded. Right, he's going in here. Chain to face. Okay, looks like KATT's going to take the first game here. The Chain just keeping the Armoon to get an extra attack. KATT strikes first with the power of the Slither. Remember, Slither as a kind of faction, almost got a faction buff with the Slither bounds getting a buff since they're such a core part of it, with the Slither bind giving you those free Slither bounds. Remember, Slither bind used to be called Call Slither bound, so it's a little bit confusing, but I think we know what's going on. Right, KATT strikes first. 1-0. Slither decks are always difficult to handle because they have a lot of strong defensive abilities and just awkward things. Like the Armoon, for sure, is difficult to deal with. Right. 1-0 to KATT. DARKCROW, remember, has an unbeaten record so far today. KATT losing earlier to Ficus. So KATT looking to beat DARKCROW here and join him on a 4-1 overall record. Looks like Westlin has beaten Irie 2-0. Renzo's got a victory against Kryptonius Rex as well. Chief gets a bye. So a few matches completing, but still a lot to fight for. Do we have any other matches that have had any things in? No, looks like nothing has been completed. We've got Double B taking the first game off Destroy somewhere. 2.0, yes, not today, but soon. 12th of December. Put it in your calendar. It's going to be a good day for Minions. We'll be streaming it, of course, here in the Fish Tank, so make sure you join us. See what's going on. We have quite a few questions that haven't been answered yet. I think the devs are gonna maybe outline some of the things that are changing with 2.0 so we can get a better idea of that before it launches. I did suggest maybe a Q&A session of some description where we could propose some questions and they could answer them, but who knows, we'll see how that works out, but hopefully we'll find out more. I'm really interested to find out more about the account system and how that will change things. Whether you're able to use the same account for Steam and Xbox, for example. Unconfirmed, would be cool, but we don't know whether it's going to be a thing or not. Watch this space. When I know, you'll know. What we do know is that KATT is leading 1-0 against DARKCROW. If KATT takes this best of 3, then they may well both be in the top 4. If DARKCROW fights back and takes it, KATT's probably out. Reigning champion, 3 last events won by him. Maybe not playing his best today, but an off-color KATT is better than pretty much anyone still. KATT has so many different decks and strats that he has perfected that it's so difficult to know what to play against him. Just keeping an eye on what's going on in the other matches while we're waiting for this to continue. Okay, looks like Set's beaten MADMAX by 2-0. That's probably going to eliminate MADMAX. Set should be in the top 4, but don't quote me on it. DSOO has taken the first game against Ficus. Destroy and Double B 1-1. It's difficult, as mentioned, it's difficult to look at the standings when all the matches aren't completed because everything affects everything. Okay, so Set joins DARKCROW on 12 points. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players currently on 9 points. Some have completed their 5 matches, some haven't. So we won't worry about that too much at the moment. Okay, and as mentioned, the tiebreakers are very dynamic. Every match affects the tiebreakers. So we saw earlier that KATT was ahead on the tiebreakers against DARKCROW. That's now changed. DARKCROW is ahead of KATT on the tiebreakers, if we get to that point. But again, that could further change with more results. We'll see how that goes. But we won't get ahead of ourselves. We'll just concentrate on the match in hand. Not sure why there's a delay. Right, okay.
Start expending mana. Go, go, go!
I'll get the job done. Yes, you too, Ruffles.
Right. Diona, KATT, a lot of Voidborn. Are we going to see a Korgoth? DARKCROW, wrecked, scrat, attack. As the Zeppelin's in there. The unholy ground with the Zeppelin bombers is kind of disgusting. Chain Lightning only takes one of them out. Could have maybe targeted that a little more carefully. It was difficult though with everything so close together. That's a lot of damage coming out. He uses the trap there, but it doesn't do anything because it's still hitting face. A little bit of a misplay there from KATT. And the traps are really important to deal with things like Chizma. You really want to fear him towards your units. Right, here comes the next push from KATT. Korgoth. Sorry, from DARKCROW. Korgoth. I'm not sure if that was the first or the second seal. Got a little distracted. I think it's the second one, because there's 2 reductions. Yeah, that must be the second one. Right, that Rammer getting some good damage off. Right. Wants to see if he can pick up these void orbs. Looks like it's going to be tricky to get that one for sure. What the hell, Mortis? Well, this artillery is going to be pretty disgusting. Okay, XP lead for DARKCROW here. Still, this push needs handling. This could be difficult for KATT. In come the Zeppelin bombers. How is KATT going to handle this? I think the answer is he doesn't. Zeppelin bombers are going to close this. This is 1-1. DARKCROW fighting back. Zeppelin's really becoming a lot more meta than they have been in a good while. At least from what we've seen today. Remember, I do my meta-analysis based on the leaderboards every season. So, make sure you drop me a follow on YouTube so you can follow along with that. We'll do that in a week or so when we've got a decent amount of data from this season. And we'll be able to see there things like, is the Zeppelin bomber something that's being played way more than before? Renzo complaining that you got a buy. Yeah, that's unfortunate. A buy does get you a win, but it does kind of hurt against you in your overall stats. Jackia would be happy. Right, Ficus against DSOO still going. Only one game reported there, and that's the first game to DSOO. Must be another game coming soon. 1-1 KATT against DARKCROW, as we see here. Destroy against Double B is still outstanding. That's 1-1. So 3 matches left. All of which could affect the top 4. Right, what are we going to see in game 3? Yeah, I've completely forgot to note down the score here. KATT against DARKCROW. We just saw Wrecked against the owner, wasn't it? It was weird, that trap that KATT used to try to pull that off a face, even though everything was almost dead. There was one Zeppelin bomber, but it wasn't far enough away to stop it hitting face.
Masters, get ready!
Okay,
Duel!
notes are up to date. Game on. Right, KATT, APEP, Slither, DARKCROW, Wrecked. Kind of Outlander, I guess. The Iron Grenade in there, you know there's going to be some Outlanders to generate that tech. Making sure that Prowler doesn't get a big hit off both. Okay. Okay, that Prowler getting some value there. Nice dong. Excuse me. Didn't think I'd be saying that today. Not on stream, anyway. Okay, Snake Druid would be great here, but couldn't really get it in position. But the Musketeer, of course, completely shuts down that Cleaver. The cooldown of the riposte is quicker than the cooldown of the Cleaver's attack. Therefore, one-on-one, the Musketeer will win that unscathed every time. KATT did use a Chain Lightning to shut down the Reboomer, which I think was a very good choice, because that thing can be annoying. Blood Imps got changed a little bit in the last patch, so they're less punishable with the Blood Pack, but they do less. Their DPS is worse than it was before. Right, Perk 2 arrived at first for KATT, so his Shield Totem is going to be available. He wants to chain that, but he wants to get value out of it as much as possible. Did it just in time, gets the Reboomer as well. So that's a huge value chain. Kills the Reboomer, does 100 face damage, stops the Prowler from resin. Good play from KATT, but you must say that DARKCROW kind of played into that a bit. Like, that was just a non-brainer for KATT to make that play. Lap soaking a lot of damage. XP still slightly in KATT's favour, but not too much. We know at perk 3, those 4 mana cards for free are going to be massive for APEP. One Punch Blast will become available for DARKCROW. Will that change much? Okay, he goes for the beam there because he knows that's going to be problematic. He needs to kill it twice really with the reses, so the beam shuts that down. Chains that to rule the air, grabs the bridges. Snake Druid can be annoying, but of course once it gets this far ahead, it's likely to just get punished. Musketeer again is going to be a good tank for the Prowler. Uses the Shield Totem as well. Remember, it's not just for preventing face damage. You can use it as a wall as well. Just as he did there. Really nicely done. Right, perk 3 now. KATT. Can he start taking over? Again, the beam shuts the push down. The Reboomer goes down to the Akinlep. KATT can start the next push. Be always looking to see if he can punish with the chain lightning. Might just do it anyway. Doesn't quite hit face. Bit of a mistake there. Could have hit it off face, but then he risked it maybe going the wrong direction depending on what was there. So probably the right play ultimately. Right. You get a res at the top there. Goes for the one-punch blast, but the res does keep a Herald Armoon alive. Still an XP lead for KATT right now. Oh, he's got a Ghost as his free card. I'm not sure about that. He kind of... I would have gone one or the other there, not both of them. The problem with getting a Ghost as your free card is that it's generally a card you want to hold on to until you can get great value from it. But of course, as a perk card, you don't want to hold on to it and slow down the rest of your perks. So it's kind of tricky to deal with. Right, KATT having a decent XP lead right now. Nice one-punch blast. Needs to be careful with the reboomer. Goes for the chain lightning. Okay. DARKCROW played it just far enough away from the Prowler, but the Prowler looks like it might get shut down anyway. And KATT in a strong position right now. Just ticking towards his Mana Frenzy. Once he gets that, he should be able to close this game out. It's going to take a while for that to die at the bottom. So that bridge is going to be his for a while. Slither bound. Grabbing that top bridge. Always a nice little bonus. Right, Mana Frenzy now. Cleaver managed to kill the Musketeer. Must have been on cooldown, the riposte. But the Armoon is being a nightmare. KATT just needs to solidify these bridges and he can just go. Still playing deep. Building up a push. He knows DARKCROW is a good while away from his own Mana Frenzy. Wants to shut down that reboomer because that thing can just keep on giving value after value. Okay. Armoon's going to be on face. There's going to be a big Armoon res as well. Full HP Armoon. DARKCROW's going to survive that push. But eventually the next one's going to kill him. Right. KATT beats DARKCROW. And that, he's really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Okay. KATT was fighting for his tournament life there. And he's done a great job. But that means he's on a 4-1 record along with many others. Well, not many others. That's not true at all. With others. Or maybe just other. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. But we'll wait for these scores to be locked in. And then we'll have our top 4. Ficus against DSOO. Looks like it's still going. So let's see if we can jump in and see the last 4 seconds of that game.
I will hunt all those who turn to darkness.
Okay. This is 1-1. Because it's very low HP. Poke 3 now for DSOO. Looks like he's going to be able to close this game out. We did jump in to see what was going on. What's going on is that DSOO's going to take this. Right. That should be all of the games completed. So let's wait for these to get reported. One needs to be fixed. Make sure we get that right. That could affect things. Okay. Like it's been fixed. Nice. Okay. So Vickers against DSOO just needs reporting as well. And then we shall have our top 4. I want to look at it until it's all locked in, because it could give the wrong information. Right. Westlin, good to have you here as always. Appreciate you dropping by and taking part in the event. Right. That match is about to be confirmed. Vickers against DSOO, and once that's locked in, we can load the standings. Good ream. No comments. Okay, take a breath, and then we'll check out the standings. Waiting for the time to tick down for this to be confirmed. Click confirm. Hopefully I don't mess anything up. Order waiting. Right. That should be confirmed. So if we look at the standings, we should be able to see the top 4. So that last game was DSOO. Okay, so DSOO, I don't think that's included here yet. So we've got to be careful. Got to make sure we see the fully up-to-date standings. Right, okay. There we have it. I believe everything is now in the mix. So we have 4 players that ended up with a 4-1 overall score. DARKCROW, KATT, Set, and DSOO squeezing in at the end there. Westlin, Vickers, Double B, MADMAX, Iwi, Renzo, all on 9 points. Just getting squeezed out. So DARKCROW ahead of ahead of KATT because he's got a stronger opponent win rate, opponent set win percentage. So the system figures out that DARKCROW's opponents were a little better than KATT's, and therefore gives him the benefit of the doubt there. Okay. And then, as we saw there, DSOO. So we're going to have DARKCROW against DSOO, KATT against Set. That's going to be the semi-final. And we're going to have that coming up real soon. And remember, the semi-final is going to be where things switch. The best of 5, so that's first to 3. Do the maths, that checks out. Conquest rules, so once you've won with a master, you can no longer play that master. So people will have to dig a little bit deeper into their deck slots to find what they need to win. So that means that you need to win with 3 different masters, whereas previously you could have just, if we've seen so far earlier in the event, people have played the same deck, the same master over and over again. That will not fly for now. We've definitely had that in the past. We've had someone that's had one like insanely strong deck that they're really good with, and they've kind of creamed everyone in the early stages. But when they get to the later stages and they have to play different masters, they've started to struggle. Let's see how that shakes things up here. Right. So we'll just take a moment for things to be juggled around in the background. The brackets should be fairly simple to set up. So we'll have first against fourth, second against third. So that's DARKCROW against DSOO against KATT and Set. No problem, Mortis. What will happen is we'll wait to see which match is available first, and then that's generally who we'll go and see. So take a little moment, chill. Want to take a break, go get a drink, use the restroom, whatever. Now's a good time. Have a few minutes downtime, and then as soon as we can, we'll get back into the action. Reminder, PTR this weekend. Go check out the changes if you want to. These are the balance changes for 2.0. And if you check it out, you'll get your hands on the 2.0 client in its current state with the new master and a new card. Check them out. Give your feedback. Let's make this 2.0 launch as awesome as possible. Remember, the 2.0 is going to be launching as a prologue, so it's kind of like early access. The devs are going to have got the game to this level, and then based on the feedback we give once we get our hands on it properly, then they can take it up to the next level. And then maybe when I'm not sure about this, but maybe when mobile launches January next year, that's when 2.0 will be like official. So let's help the devs balance the game as well as possible, and of course give feedback on the 2.0 when we get our hands on it. But the PTR this weekend is primarily about the balance, the new master, the Rune Shaper. Right. Let me grab a drink. Renzo's going to dive into the maths. Any questions? Ask Sinobii. Right, looks like we got the bans in for DSOO and DARKCROW. I assume they're in a match together. Otherwise, we've got the bans for two different matches. Right, let's have a look. Brackets. Top 4. And so DARKCROW against DSOO. Right. Let's get ready. Brunkovic, thank you. Brunkovic understands. Any questions, ask Brunkovic. Yeah, that's basically the reason it takes into account your opponent's scores and their opponent's scores. So how good were the opponents and how good were the people they beat? Right, DARKCROW versus DSOO, formerly known as DefShoot Waniani. Something stupid like that. I mean, I think it makes a fair amount of logical sense. A pretty fair way to do it. Yeah, the buys mess up everything. Screw you over for sure. Right. Got DARKCROW against DSOO. Are they online? DARKCROW, yes. DSOO. Right, let's look at the bans. Which are here. That is indeed a legend. That is correct. Right, DARKCROW bans. DARKCROW bans King Puff. Happy birthday. No. Not today. King Puff. Sunburn. Morgrel's Mark. And ATG Drone. Very targeted bans there, that feels like. And DSOO is banning APEP, Caged Prowler, Zeppelin Bomber, definitely got a lot of bans today, and Bounce Reef Flingers. So those are the bans. Note Ardera didn't get banned, which Ardera did get banned a lot before, so we may see some Empyrean business. Right, let's double check this. DARKCROW banning KP, Sunburn, Morgrel's Mark, and ATG Drone, definitely targeted against DSOO. And DSOO banning APEP, Zeppelin Bomber, Cage Prowler, Bounce Reef Flingers, more kind of generic meta and specific player builds. Right. Yeah, we've definitely seen some misplays from KATT today. But I mean, even with those misplays, he's got through to the top 4. This is where you need to tighten up a little bit because mistakes will be punished. The difference between winning and losing is a very small margin at times, so you have to be really careful. Right, semi-final time. Let's see if we have a time to do a Discord announcement. Semi-final time. Right, who are we waiting for? DARKCROW in the menu, DSOO in the menu. They look ready to go. I definitely said I was ready, right? Yes, here we go. Semi-final time. Yeah! Let's get ready to rumble. Okay, DARKCROW playing Wrecked. DSOO playing Diona. Looks like Slitherect. I think we saw that earlier. Is he going to have an Armoon in there? Very likely. It's a valuable Vortex at the top. No Armoon detected. Now Armoon is detected. Okay, so his strat is going to be probably a statue push with an annoyingly placed Armoon on top of it. Nice chain. Does clear everything. Keeps that top bridge. Right, here we go. Going to tank that with the Slither Bounce, but remember he doesn't want to waste the Slither Bounce too much because he does want the value of the res. Morgrel's Mark is nice there because it obviously puts Taunt on the unit, which forces the statue to attack it. So a Building Killer becomes a Minion Killer. Nice impetus, keeps that bridge at the top. Remember, air units can't take the bridge, so here comes the Armoon, but the Armoon and the statue have been separated. He wants to keep those together, if possible. You can copy your deck in your current slot by /CD in the chat, and then you can paste it into another slot with /SD. We did have some deck commands. I can't remember what they were. /CD. Right, DSOO a little ahead on XP at the moment. DARKCROW hasn't managed to get a big push going like he wants so far. Again, he's going to Morgrels this. Wants to make sure he does it in time so that he picks up the aggro from the Cleaver. Okay, Cleaver goes down. Statue plus Morgrels is a nice touch. He's having to use a lot of mana to defend the statue, and then that's delaying the Armoon. I would like there to be some visual indicator as to whether Armoon is rezzed or not, or that's... I don't think that chain quite went where he wanted it to. He wanted to kill the slithers. Yeah, I'm going to have to read that question about 4 times, Brunkovich. I have no idea what that means from the first pass. It's a kind of a awkward Hypno. Yeah, I read it again, I still have no idea. Right, DSOO getting to perk 3 first. The chain was a little late, could have got the extra jump off, but really didn't make much difference. Gets the res, but those traps are absolutely shredding Armoon. Nicely done. Spaces them out so Armoon has to walk towards one and then come back to the other. Maximize the DPS. Okay, feels like DSOO's got this one in the bag at the moment. Again, the impetus to push the statue across the bridge. Marine's still on it, so that means the bridge stays for DSOO. Okay. Let's have the Musketeer to comfortably deal with this. Until it gets shock rocked. Doesn't quite work out though. Right, DSOO almost at Mana Frenzy. He's going to take a 1-0 lead here shortly. controlled the bridges. The big pushes that DARKCROW wanted to do never really materialized. Chain kills all the slithers, reduce the effectiveness of the res. Let's get a little res, but the trap DPS is so hard. It might only do half DPS to face now, but it does full DPS to anything else. Right, Mana Frenzy for red team, for DSOO, for Wrecked. He's going to close this out and strike first in this semi-final. Nice Shock Rock, shuts down the Musketeer. The riposte does not work when it's stunned. And also the stun puts the riposte on cooldown. There we have it. DARKCROW loses out in game 1 to DSOO in this first semi-final of the day. Okay, let's try and unpick Brunkovic's. Do you happen to know if there are going to be any reverse changes to the RNG deck system? I think it used to be all cards that were playable at once, and you didn't have to draw them. Still have no idea what that means. If anyone can help me with what he means, please do so, because I am at a bit of a loss. Okay, DARKCROW had all the answers he needed. Sorry, I mean DSOO had all the answers he needed for DARKCROW's sliver pushes. Never really got the push that he wanted together. Ideally, you want the statue with the Armoon on top of it to protect it, make it difficult to deal with. But he was always able to put pressure on the statue and prevent that. Paddock says, Herald does have a res indicator. The glowy ball in his other hand. Oh, is that true? I'd never seen that. If that's true, that's cool. Interesting. Have to pay attention to that next time we see it. Right, thanks, Tredoc. Were all cards on the action bar in the past, and if so, is that ever going to... That's...
Duel.
Right. Here we go, game 2. I think you're asking is, are you going to, like, would you be able to play, have all of your cards on the action bar and you could choose exactly what you want to play? No. It's always been 4 directly playable cards plus a 5th visible card. Okay, Shockrock there to take the shield. I think it works fine the way it is at the moment. Not sure what that impetus was for. Right, XP lead for DARKCROW, so for DSOO. Imagine getting their names right, like, once. Big XP lead for DSOO. I might be buffering a bit on the stream. Pay attention to it. Perk 2 already for DSOO. My god. Sorry. That bat being annoying, but doesn't manage to kill anything of importance. Okay. Boomer goes down. That's nice. Jing. It'd be kind of weird. I mean, how would it work? You just have to have a cooldown on the cards or something. Otherwise, you just play the same card over and over again. Okay, trying to put Azali into harm's way. Value from the cleaver. More value from the cleaver. Or the chain. Cleaver, I don't think he gets another hit off, does he? No, okay, almost. Azali survives. That's going to be some extra shields when there really shouldn't be. On the mana puffs as well. Could be important. DSOO a long way down on XP, though. DARKCROW needs these mana puffs to spiral out of control. Oh, DSOO tries to kill the ones at the top with two different approaches. Neither of them was successful. Same, Renzo. I'm interested to check it out now. Right, DSOO took a lot of damage there, though. Doing some return damage. Those Swarmers uncontested on DARKCROW's tower. Both players low HP. XP in DSOO's favour. He's going to get perk 3 soon, which really could change things a lot. Spencer Boy says, when Herald's Born is gone, he's already res. Wow. Okay. I love those cool little things. I'll add that to my things you may not have known video that I've been wanting to make for about 4 years. Maybe we'll watch a replay at the end of the stream and check it out. Right, both players low HP, but DARKCROW having a big push. DSOO's got a great XP lead, but that might count for nothing here. Azali wailing away with 1 HP. Skeleton still on face, 15 HP, 1-1! Okay. 1 game more in this best of 3, 5. God damn it. Best of 35. That would be a thing. Right. DARKCROW fights back. DSOO was in control from the XP kind of things, but you can see that that doesn't always matter. Right. If we look at Herald, got this glowing ball in his hand, which, according to the all-knowing Twitch chat, will either disappear or stop glowing to indicate that the res has occurred. I don't know how easy it is to see. I feel like the fact that most of us haven't seen it means it must be difficult to see. Especially because it can easily be obscured depending on his position. That's pretty cool though. I can see it in the art. Slap Daddy. Right. Okay, I'm sure next time we see it, we'll be paying attention to it. Probably at the cost of everything else. Okay, so 1-1, best of 5. Still a lot of action in this. And remember, we've also got KATT against Set in the second semi-final. They're awaiting the winners here. This to complete. Yes, or at least the skill with Mana Puff Madness is using it at the right time. Because, as you say, it is a double-edged sword, and you can very easily have it punished. And suddenly your opponent has all of the Mana Puffs and you don't. You have to be careful. Right. 1-1. Okay, loading into game number 3. This one's poised nicely.
It's on.
Right. Morelia for DARKCROW. Shrooms. Zenshi. DSOO playing Wrecked. And we saw a Brothers of the Void ban earlier. We can see him coming up as the 5th card. I'm doing a terrible job at keeping my notes correct. Right. Turret's going to shut down the Reboomer pretty nicely. Start DPSing away on that Battle Monkey.
Now, test yourself against this.
Okay, so we're going to get a Spirit on the Golem. Remember, the Spirit goes to a random minion. Friendly minion. But if there's only one, then it's randomly that one. It's also going to pick up the Growth Burst Shroom buff at the top. Hopefully they don't disappear. Would like to see some kind of timer, visual, or something on those. Right, so that's a big boy. DARKCROW crossing the bottom there. Jing getting shut down by the spear throwers. But that golem has got so much HP. Oh, look at that assassin, though. It gave its life, but it took a huge chunk of that DPS off. But the next push is already coming on DSOO's face here. Phrasing. Blood Imps getting punished by the chain. And keeping that bottom bridge blue for a while. Nicely done from DARKCROW. Gets his perk 2 first. His empowered spellbook is available.
Better, faster, stronger.
Wrecked. Now at perk 2, he gets those Shadow Dancers more quickly. Tries to juggle the Jing. Doesn't save it, unfortunately. That's another weird thing with Jing. Like how it dies as it disappears. And then when it comes back, it stuns as it's dead. Again, that Golem is going to have support. You've got the Golem, which is great against single target. You've got a Battle Monkey, which is great against Horde. They're really covering each other's weaknesses nicely there. Right, this Flame Imp's going to do a lot of damage. Does have Morgul's Mark, which of course taunts everything to attack it. But it looks like the Flame Imp did get enough value off just before it perished. This is going to be annoying though. DSOO trying to keep the Reboomer away from face. Oh, okay, gets it. Right, XP almost level. DARKCROW with a small lead. DSOO getting some heal from that heal puff, and he did drop a lot of HP, so that could be potentially very important. And of course, keeping a decent amount of HP means he can keep using those cheap Blood Imps. That Golem just has so much HP, it's terrifying to try to work through, but that Magma Cannon doing a great job. Whirly Scrat's not aggroed yet. In comes the chain to clear it, so the top push is still going, but it's mostly gone. Spirit's coming on the monkey as it's on face. Got kind of lucky there. But it does get shut down. That assassin's going to have a field day. Right, perk 3 for DARKCROW. Slightly ahead of DSOO. 1-1 here in this best of 5 semi-final. Like to shut this reboomer down, does so. In comes Nirvir. It's the one and only Nirvir. Tries to stun it, trying to do... Deadshot's trying to do as much face damage here as possible, but also just try to hold things off the bridges for as long as possible as well. Because he was behind on XP, he's now ahead. That dragon is beefy though. Does have... Oh, okay, looked like he messed that up. He didn't quite. That Flame Imp's going to last. Does he get an... Yes, that extra Flame Imp attack could be huge. Not on face yet. That Rage Flame Imp from the Brothers of the Void doing a great job shutting that dragon down. Dragon dies to the one-punch blast. Is DSOO getting back into this? Okay, Shock Rocks coming from all sides. Battle Monkey's on face. Needs to be dealt with. We got a lone crossbow dude just... poking it. Okay, so the dragon was handled nicely by DSOO. One punch blast really showing how powerful it is against a single target there. Golem goes down pretty quickly, and that one punch blast with DSOO is really starting to help him out chew through these things more quickly, and of course killing them quickly means he can get on the bridges and get that crucial XP. He has an XP lead now. That reboom is going to be annoying. Doesn't die. Yes, it does. Battle Monkey against Shielded Crossbow Dude. Shielded Crossbow Dude did just enough to shut it down. Didn't even lose the shield. What a Chad. Right. DSOO's got an XP lead at a crucial point in the game. Again, needs to try to beast through this. He's going to have a one-punch blast, of course, against the Golem. There it is. Right. Mana Frenzy almost ticking over for DSOO. That turret doing great DPS. And the Golem is down. Deadshot just needs to get on the bridges. 10 XP ahead. Okay, Battle Monkey's going to start working through this at the top. Shock Rock keeps it still. And that's going to be enough for it to be beaten. And DSOO has the bridges now. DARKCROW very close behind on his Mana Frenzy. But it's ultimately going to be a little bit too late. Double one-punch blast. Right, Mana Frenzy for DARKCROW, but he's at 95 HP. Does have the ability to heal from the spellbook if possible. But Deadshot going for the throat. 5 HP. Where's his Shock Rock? He's just cycling to his Shock Rock. There it is. DSOO takes it 2-1. Super close, but that one-punch blast really started to change things. He was able to shut down the Golem a lot more quickly, which meant he could get on the bridges far more efficiently. And that's why he got to Mana Frenzy first. Very well played. But, remember, those two perk 3s, very, very different. You've got Morelia with her perk 3 Dragon, which is a one-time only thing. Once you've got the Dragon and it's gone, that's it. You effectively don't have a perk 3. Whereas most Masters have perk 3s that keep on giving. So the longer the game goes on, the worse it gets kind of for Morelia there. But of course, you know, that whole balance thing is the one-time only perk 3. The fact that that's kind of a negative is also balanced into the strength of the other perks. So it kind of all comes out in the wash at the end. But the one-punch blast, really powerful there. And remember, the way that it works now is you get it at perk 3 when you jump onto the field. And then every time you jump, you get another one, assuming that you've used the last one. Or as Money said earlier, there's some kind of bug where you can end up with none of them, which is definitely less than ideal. Right, DSOO 2-1 up, looking to get into the grand final if he can take this next game. DARKCROW can fight back, of course. The Spirited Golem was really quite concerning for DSOO in the early stages, but as I said before, that one-punch blast really just allowed him to chew through it, and suddenly it didn't really become an issue anymore. And the Flame Imp did a great job. Enraged, of course, from the Brothers of the Void card. Did a great job DPSing that dragon down. alongside the magma cannon, whatever else was there. Chewed through it in no time flat. And often we see with the perk 3 dragon is it's not necessarily about how much it gets to face and does face damage. It's just about being that huge presence, requiring a lot of mana to deal with it, and of course making it difficult to get the bridge on that lane. So it might not do face damage, but it can give you a lot of value in terms of stuff it's killing, requiring your opponent to deal with it, and keeping that bridge in your colour to give you that XP. Right, DARKCROW DSOO, 2-1 DSOO, best of 5, semi-final, Knight's Duel, number 30. $400 prize pool on the line. Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf providing this event. I'm here with all my friends. But of course, Sinobii's behind the scenes, keeping everything running as always. Big shout out to him. Without him, these events would not be possible. Right, DSOO deck building, DARKCROW deck building, decisions being made. Deadshot did a real good job with his positioning. He had a lot of scary units to deal with. Needed to make sure he positioned things appropriately. Didn't want them to get punished by the spells. The Shen Shock Stick, of course, when it's fully charged. That's 8 Shock Rocks. Kind of insane. YouTube. Again, reminder, we've got Set and KATT in the second semi-final, which will follow this match. The question is, who will be waiting in the final for them? DSOO has got 1 foot in there, leading 2 games to 1 here, but DARKCROW will definitely have something to say about that. Right, who are we waiting for? Who's in the menu? DARKCROW is the deck building. Yeah, I'm not really sure how the strength of Rekt is compared to how it used to be. He was always a master that was strong in solos and weak in duos. I think they tried to rebalance that a little bit. Whether they've achieved that or not, unsure. But Rekt felt very strong in that matchup. Let's ask the chat, what do you guys think about it? Is Rekt stronger in solos than he was before, or weaker? Or the same? I don't really play much Rekt, so I'm not a good person to ask. Right, here we go! Game 4. Can DSOO close out this best of 5? Or can DARKCROW force a decider? Let's find out together. We've got DARKCROW playing Morelia with Korgoth and DSOO Apep. Looks like a regular DSOO deck with the Impetus in there. One of his favourite cards for sure. Very high skill card. Right, Korgoth. DARKCROW gets an early Korgoth, which is always nice. Gets a Gax, which might not be. He's taking a little bit of damage there, which means his Flightless Dragons are activated, which means they will be, excuse me, raged. I think DARKCROW messed up the split a little bit, wanted the 2 to go down the bottom. Didn't really make much difference in it. In the end, it probably worked out because they would have got shut down by the spells and they did a bit more face damage. So maybe he knows more than me. Maybe he's got a crystal ball. Who knows? Right, Korgoth. The second Korgoth is around already. That's a minute in. Remember, in one of the earlier matches, the first Korgoth seal was at 40 seconds. 20 seconds later in this game, and the second one is already used. Huge difference based on the placement in the deck, which of course is just down to luck. Okay, DARKCROW crossing that. Wasn't happy with the way that worked out. DSOO here with the Bevelanche clearing a lot up. Doing some decent face damage, but the most important part here, I think, for DSOO is keeping the bridges in his favour for a decent amount of time. Korgoth available, 1 minute 40. Juventus, welcome. Thanks for the follow. We saw an earlier match, I think with KATT, where his Korgoth really wasn't able to impact the game too much. Let's see how this one works out. DSOO's got a big XP lead now, but DARKCROW's got some scary looking units on the field. Zip Zapinator could be incredible here. Magma Storm, how's your luck? Okay, Korgoth is still decently healthy. This is looking a little concerning for DSOO. Cleaver needs to be dealt with. Oh, I think he tried to spin Korgoth around. Korgoth! Does he hit in front of him? Does he hit behind him? Yes! And you can see now with the XP, DSOO's taken a while to shut that down, and DARKCROW coming back, doing some decent face damage as well. And it's going to be Korgoth time again. Remember, every time it gets a kill with its attack, it's going to trigger the invoke. There he gets a 5 mana cleaver. May have missed an invoke there because he had his spellbook open as the attack completed. A Dark Spirit on the Korgoth is going to be pretty terrifying. No Magma Storm this time though. So, Zip could do a good job here. Going to charge up the Zip. Remember, you can tell how many charges the Zip has by looking at the circles on the back. It's got 2 now. Is it going to go? Is it going to go? There it goes. Boom. That was kind of weird because that looked like Korgoth was well in range to attack, but didn't. I think that was kind of Korgoth coming out of the stun, doing that weird dead man's walk. Right, Madrid, because Korgoth got invoked. I think they should change Korgoth to be uninvocable. It's kind of weird when he invokes himself. DSOO ahead on XP. He's going to have to deal with DARKCROW's dragon soon. Madrid definitely, in this matchup, a lot easier for DSOO to deal with compared to Korgoth. Wait, when did I say that as Svenogoy? Right, where's the spell? But he wants to get spirits out here. He doesn't want them on anything that's not the dragon. Or Korgoth. I wasn't able to get the stun on the dragon before the pincer. If Zip goes down here, it's going to be a problem. Zip turns round, gets the stun off. Okay, there's still a chance. There's the dragon again, moving forward after the stun. Kind of weird, don't know why it does that. Zip again. There's another charge on Zip. Right, dragon goes down. But the range of Korgoth is disgusting. Kills Zip Zapinator. What counter does DSOO have this time? Still a small XP lead, but that's a almost full HP Korgoth. Might get spirited soon as well. Not this time. Of course, if you're dealing with lots of these little units, then it's getting value from the invokes. Right, XP leveling up. Korgoth goes down. Next one didn't get invoked to a Madrid. DSOO would have been hoping that that would happen. It did not. Deadshot trying to get to Mana Frenzy. going to get there first. Why did Korgoth... Okay. Why does Korgoth have to get so close to something to attack, yet its attack goes about 4 times the distance? Right, Mana Frenzy for DSOO. Korgoth getting shut down by Zip. Headshot needs to push into this reboomer, unfortunately. Oh, it's going to hit both at the bottom here. No! Zip closes it out. Right, Mana Frenzy for both teams. DARKCROW low HP though, and Deathshot's got a lot on the field right now. Magma Storm, it's not going to do anywhere near what it wants to. Zip dies right at the end. DSOO's going to be into the grand final. Very well played. DSOO beats DARKCROW by 3 games to 1, booking his place into the grand final. And there we see how Zip did a great job of handling Korgoth. I think DARKCROW did a good job, but DSOO was on fire for that game. Super play. Super guile. Right, DSOO is our first finalist. Yes, thanks for the subscription. Right, so that means we have to move our attention to the second semi-final, which is going to be KATT against Set, sorry, and the winner will play DSOO in the final. It looks like they're very far behind on reporting this. Right. Okay. A little worried why they're so behind on reporting, but I'm pretty sure I didn't mess it up. Okay, it looks like they're reporting now. Weren't quite up to date. Right, okay. So the second semi-final. Game 2, if you like. This best... I don't know, I'm going to stop there because that's just going to be confusing. I was trying to... Like, I started wrong, and I tried to make it right, but it was just going to be wronger. It's going to be more wronger, innit? Right, KATT against Set. Let's get ready for that. Now, we've seen KATT make some mistakes today, which is a little unusual. Let's see if he tightens things up a little bit for this one. Okay, we should have the bans. Right, screen over here. Okay, so let's look at the bans for this semi-final. So we got KATT against Set. KATT has banned King Path, Yahoon, Ardera, and Shen. Set has banned also King Path, Herald Armoon. Not going to get to check out the glowing orb. Zeppelin Bombers, and also Yahoon. Okay, so let's just double check, make sure. So both players banned King Path. KATT's banned Yahoon, Ardera, and Shen. And Set has banned King Path also, Herald Armoon, Zeppelin Bomber, and Yahoon. Okay, no Yahoons. Okay, so let's see if they're online and ready to go. Okay, sets online. That's not online yet. Historically, KATT used to restart his game almost every match, just so everything was running smoothly. Not really important so much these days, I don't think. The game doesn't suffer from the memory leak that it had before, where things would slow down over time. That went away when they updated to the later version of the Unity engine, which was quite a long time ago. Right. Yeah, you could play all day. Without issue. Okay, semi-final number 2 at set. Game on. Okay, everyone's here, Set's here, KATT's here, I'm here, you're here. Let's get ready to rumble. Semi-final number 2, best of 5. DSOO, as we saw, awaiting the winner of this in the grand final. A bit of a chocolate injection. Semi-final. Right, here we go. Yeah! Whoop, whoop, whoop! Semi-final time. KATT versus Set.
When the battle calls, I answer.
Valorian, first Valorian we've seen today, I think. Nope, semi-final. As you can see. Right. Ardera. We've seen her banned all day long, but not now. At least not from Set. So let's see what KATT can do with Ardera. Remember, she does self-damage when she attacks, so you don't want to use her too much defending. Right. There's the trigger. Rage plus Divine Shield. Nice chain, neutralizing everything at the bottom, keeps the bridge in his favor. As the game goes on and the mana gets more... I want to say more quick, but that just sounds terrible. The mana production rate will increase as the game goes on. Which should make it easier to get these big pushes together. Shield Guard and the Ardera, if possible. Right, Zip makes an appearance. And so it's going to be feels bad there for those Legos. Looking kind of scary. Right. Oh, I don't know. This looks bad news for KATT. Let's see. He doesn't want... He can't afford... Okay, he can't afford that, and that happened. The Shield Guard dying before Ardera popped was really bad news. That just needs that situation set up just to work one real decent time, and it could really change things. Battle Monkey's going to get on the Ardera and the Chain Lightning. That was a bit of a mistake. That Ardera came out of the pocket far too early. And Set shredded her. Right, perk 3 means extra trap for Diona and better healing and empowered. Double the damage from the Searing Light. Okay, the Searing Light shredding the Defensor, which is nice because that's awkward for him to deal with. Little XP lead for Set to start with here. Right, here comes Ardera. Needs to get the Shield Guard with it. Need to get that strat going. We haven't seen it happen yet. This is such a problem, though. Oh, those traps. Oh. Okay, it's still alive. But look at the damage. Okay, KATT's really low HP. He hasn't managed to get this Ardera strat to work one time yet. He's going to get some value here if she dies. When she dies. Oh, she didn't get aggro from the Master, so everything else is going to die. Going to get some DPS on face here, but that's not really what he was looking for. Right, KATT's got an XP lead, but very low HP. Shield Guard's going to clear the top, going to get on the bridges. Blood Imps are in play. KATT feeling that he's got enough HP left. Could this be the setup that he needs? Those taunt traps melting though under the DPS there. Did you know Ardera does the same DPS as a cleaver? Obviously he does the damage in a very different way, but it's now he gets stuff. He needs to get this trigger. Ardera needs to do something. The Defenso though, the heal is huge from Valorian. The chain, is Ardera going to trigger? Nearly Mana Frenzy here. Oh, this is just going to DPS him down. I think Set did a good job neutralizing KATT's strats, but ultimately it didn't matter. Right, KATT takes the first 1-1, and I think Set felt like he was in a good position in that match. Which is awkward to deal with. Didn't get any of the Ardera triggers that he wanted, did KATT. But ultimately it was just enough. The Taunt Trap, the Battle Monkey, the Shen, not the Shen, the Zip Zapinator. Very awkward to play into. But he did enough. KATT just Looked like KATT was going to get to Mana Frenzy first as well, so KATT winning at the end there on in all metrics. Right, those are the bands. I did practice with Set the other day, and those bands definitely are going to be punishing for some of his strats. He definitely played KP against me, definitely played Yahoon, definitely played Ardera and Shen. So he will be feeling the power of the ban hammer. Oshi. Right, both players in the menu. Looks like we are ready to go. There's a slight delay for some reason. Okay, KATT back in deck building. Kill Puff carry. What are we waiting for? Okay, looked like we were ready to go, but something's holding us up. Was close. Set did a good job nullifying KATT's strat. KATT just too good. FC Max Mango. Never heard of it, but it sounds horrendous. The cherry's good. The raspberry is a little too sweet. Lime is weird because it just tastes like lemonade. Mango I've not tried. Maybe I shall have to add it to the repertoire. Right, the wait is over. Semi-final, KATT 1-0 up in this best of 5 against Set.
Make this entertaining, guys. Let's duel!
All will despair and come to me.
Right, Morelia. Looks like KATT may be playing the same deck. And Set probably playing the same deck. This is going to be pretty similar to the first game. He wants to chain that Ardera, but she's not quite under 100 HP. You can tell if you look at the line, she's just over 100 HP. Okay, this is going to pop. Right. That's what he wants more often, but like he doesn't want everything basically dead. And he would like the shield guard to be in there as well. Hey, aggressive shield guard. Hey, shield guard's going to get slaughtered here from the looks of it. But it takes a while to deal with. Maybe KATT adjusting. He wanted to get the shield guard and the Ardera together, but he never came into fruition in the first game. And maybe here he's adjusting to try to get it with the Legionnaires instead. Okay, I'm not sure about that chain. Not getting an XP lead here. These Legionnaires crushing everything at the bottom. You know, spear throws seemed a little unnecessary, but they're just going to keep the bridge for longer. Yeah, I didn't dislike the lime one, it just tasted like lemonade. It was very strange. When it tastes like lemonade and looks like Pepsi, that's just strange. Tries to keep the Ardera alive. I don't think he will. Feels bad, man. Good XP lead, though, at the moment for KATT. I think what he's doing this time, more than he did last time, is just sending in the naked shield guard, which, whilst it's not really achieving much in terms of killing too much, it is taking a lot of time to be dealt with. Yeah, Deadshot doesn't drink caffeine because caffeine is for adults. Right, here comes Nivir. Little cheeky bridge grab there. Looks like this is going to be difficult for Set to deal with. Going to do big HP pushes on both lanes. Committing a lot to the top. Dragons on face. Okay, that Battle Monkey's going to get triggered by all those skellies, so it will absolutely shred. Okay. Nivir goes down, but she has given them a good XP lead. Right. I know he's putting on pressure here is Set, but KATT's not low HP enough for that to worry him at the moment.
Everyone, go get it, boy.
Right, Mana Frenzy ticking towards KATT. I think KATT's done a good job here adjusting how he's playing this, because the way he was trying to play it in the first game wasn't quite working out. Even though he won it, he kind of won it despite that strat. Okay, Mana Frenzy for KATT. Should be able to close this out here. Set 30 XP behind. That's huge. Okay, Ardera lives. We could see the shield guard. The combo could come off. We've waited 2 whole games for this. There it is! The shielded shield guard. Straight into the bear trap. Okay, KATT's going to take a 2-0 lead here. Set's going to have to return to the drawing board and figure out what he wants to do to keep himself in this tournament. Chain Lightning available. Chain Lightning available. Okay, there we go. 2-0 to KATT. Okay, he takes a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Puts 1, maybe 1.5 feet in the grand final. DSOO, remember, awaiting the winner. What do we think? Is KATT going to stick with the Ardera strat? Or is he going to switch to something a little bit different? Remember, no Morelia, no Valorian. Valorian works so well with that because you've got Ardera doing her damage to herself, but then Valorian can repair that damage with the Holy Light. But that was the first and only Valorian we've seen today. And remember, we've seen Ardera banned a lot today. So, obviously a lot of people respected how strong she is. Now we've seen her played, and she has helped KATT to win a couple of games, but she didn't feel quite so decisive as I was expecting. Right. Set in the menu. KATT is deck building. Check general chat. See if any nonsense. KATT's still taking his time. Hey, flying dog. Not quite how it works. Okay, I want to show you this, but the match is bound to start as soon as I try to show you this. We got a new plushie coming. I'm not exactly sure when it's going to launch. Maybe with 2.0 in December. I don't know. But it's the Nearveer plushie. This will be available for purchase, but only for a short period of time. And of course, you will be made aware when it's available. So keep your eye on wherever you see your Minion Masters news. Can't wait to get my hands on this cheeky little guy. Or girl. Nearveer's a girl, right? I don't know. Any dragon sexes in the chat? What's to see in that in the flesh? Should find out more about when that's going to be available soon. But it will be only available for a short period of time. There's not a limited quantity, but there's a limited period that it's for sale for. If you don't get it during that time window, you are shit out of luck. And if the community together doesn't buy enough to meet the minimum order, we are all shit out of luck. I'm sure it'll be fine. Right, here we go. Game 3 set. Trailing KATT by 2-0. Really needs to start the fight back right now.
We've got a corker of a fight for you today, here on Minion Masters.
Right. Apep. The owner. Right, we're trying to see, we're looking for the meat of KATT's deck. Okay, so he puts the heal puff down so we can get the Zenshi flow on Shen. Shut that battle monkey down as quickly and efficiently as possible. Okay, Cleaver plus Taunt Trap is going to shut that Shen down. Nicely done. KATT's going to need to look at that interaction and try to win it in the future. That's a big beam. Cleaver's going to go down. Oh, hey, Hachi. How's it going? 5 hours late. Okay, looks like KATT's going to win that top bridge for now. Right, perk 2 KATT. Shield totem available. Right, Boomer's going to get value still. Shen comes in and shuts it down. Boomer lives. Nicely done. Okay, Blood Imp's pushing in. They're getting kind of slaughtered, but they're going to win. Okay, Beamer Doom clears everything. Shen. Oh, Shen gets a spirit at the end there. I'm not even sure where that spirit came from. That must have been a spirit vessel somewhere. Was it within... I think it might have been within that pack at the bottom. DSOO. Okay, chain. So the Reboomer gets in there. Boom. Reboomer lives. He's still pretty close, but that APEP perk 3 tends to change things. Okay, decent beam, doesn't clear it though. 5-3 for both teams now. KATT slightly ahead. Mana Chase is going to do a good job shutting down the Defenso. Reboomer just keeps on booming. Set having to use all his traps to try to deal with that Reboomer, so even though it's not exploding everything, it's still generating value. Trying to keep that hill pup alive, but it does have a tendency just to run aimlessly, blindly into harm's way. Okay, Reboomer again getting massive value. Decent beam. But the problem that the set has is even though he's beaming a lot of stuff, he tends to not get the bridge despite that. A little too close to call at the moment. Nice trap at the top. Free Chisma, don't mind if I do. Chain here, trigger the Jing. I kind of waited for as long as possible there, try to bait more under the Jing. That Jing interaction could be just enough to give him a big enough lead. Had some trouble putting that down because the trap was in the way. Okay, looks like Set maybe getting knocked out of the tournament here. KATT, 2-0 up, is about to hit Mana Frenzy. As a bounty sniper waiting in the wings. Just APEP things. A bounty sniper just kind of adding insult to injury. Oh, it doesn't quite survive though. But it doesn't matter. KATT is into the grand final where he'll play the mighty DSOO. Very well played to Set, but just not quite able to break through any of the KATT strats. It was close each game, but KATT felt like KATT was in control. Okay, well played to KATT. You're into the grand final. Right. G to the G. Let's take a break. Be right back. Right, what did I miss? Probably nothing. Okay, so if you just joined us, we've just seen KATT beat Set 3-0 in the semi-final. He's going to play DSOO in the grand final. Set up for that. Annoy everyone with another ping. Right. Let's regroup. Remind ourselves where we are. So it's grand final time. I just got a coffee. Perfect. So, Def Shoot beat DARKCROW 3-0 to get into the grand final. We've just seen KATT beat Set 3-0 as well. Or this time. So, DSOO against KATT. Let's start a prediction. Always forget to do those, but let's do that. Our prediction. Right, who's going to be player 1? DSOO's going to be player 1. Right. Who will be the champion? DSOO against KATT. Is this the same final we had last time? Yeah, I feel like... Right. Prediction should be open. Prediction is up. Right. Do we have the bands? Not yet. Okay, 0-0. Current round is grand final. DSOO versus KATT. We go. Right, that's set up. And we'll set up our spectate in the game. Grand final time in today's tournament. Live on stream. Be great to see you there. Smiley face. Right, why did Nightbot pop up in the thing, but I don't see Nightbot in... Weird. No. You're the last person who could beat the final boss. KATT is the final boss. Right, that's ready. So we are just awaiting for the bans from the players so we can tell you. Right. Let's take a moment whilst we enjoy a biscuit. Coffee and biscuits. Little cheeky bourbon. My favourite. Don't forget, PTR this weekend. Balance changes for the next patch, which is the launch of 2.0. If you check it out, you'll get access to the 2.0 beta to try it. See the new master. See the new card. And of course, give your feedback. What do you think about the proposed balance changes? Okay, we are awaiting the bans. I think KATT's bans against Set really nullified a lot of Set strats. Which is exactly what you want your bans to do, right? Yes. You can see the plushie again while we're waiting. So we need to get the bans in, and then of course the players adjust based on those bans. You big on a bet on DSOO? Did you miss the prediction? I thought 5 minutes would be long enough, but here we are. Okay, so more people bet on DSOO, but more channel points were spent on KATT. But it's pretty even. Set voted a lot of 33,000 fish hats on KATT. He knows how strong he is, just getting slightly thrashed by him. That is not true. Right. Sorry for the delay. Maybe KATT needs a minute just to wash the set blood off of him. I wonder if we have time, if we can see the Herald Our Moon res. Anyone remember which game it was in? Oh, hold on. I tried, but I don't think we're going to get it. DARKCROW definitely played it, right? Okay, we got the bands in. Forget it. Forget it. I tried. Right, so DSOO. Bands are in. Right, DSOO is banned. APEP, Yahoon, by Inquisitor Ardera, Zeppelin Bomber, and KATT has banned Puff, Tranquil Monkey, Bounce-free Flingers. They say Flingers. I assume they mean Bounce-free Flingers. You're not gonna ban Jade Flingers, right? And the Ion Grenade. Who was on the left side of what? Right, DSOO banning APEP, Yahoon, Ardera, Zeppelin Bombers. KATT banning Puff, Tranquil Monkey, Flingers, and Ion Grenade. Right. Missed the bet. Feels bad, man. Guess you should have been here on time. Okay, we're ready. KATT's deck building. DSOO's deck building. We're almost ready to go. It's almost grand final time. Let's get some hype in the chat. Yeah! Right, hopefully there won't be an awkward wait now. We've done that. Right, best of 5. Conquest rules. You can't win. You can't play a master after you've won. With that master. Okay. We peaked a little earlier there with the hype, I think. No, Merlin, you cannot do that. Right. DSOO. KATT. Grand finale. DSOO cannot play Puff. KATT cannot play APEP. Sorry, Merlin, fake bets are not allowed. Okay, so the players are adjusting their decks a little bit based on what has been banned. Looks like we might be ready to go. Looks like we're almost ready to go. Looks like we could be ready to go. It's almost time. Both players are in the menu. Both players look like they're ready to go. I've given them the go-ahead. I've received a thumbs up to my thumbs up. DSOO's deck building again. I can't add it to you. There is no way, there is no physical way to do it. It's automated. There's no manual override. It is or it isn't. And in this case, it isn't. Right, it looked like we were going to be ready. They're both deck building now. God damn it, deck building tennis. What do you mean for once, Merlin? Rude. Da, 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 da. Okay, feels like about 5 minutes ago that we got hyped up. Here we go! It's been a minute. It's grand final time. DSOO, formerly known as Def Shoot Wunny Unny, against the mighty KATT. Meow! Band Tranquil is kind of weird. Right. So we got Deoda for DSOO, Morelia for KATT. It is a Curse Morelia. I've been playing around with a similar deck. It's pretty strong. Feng the Wanderer! We've seen it all. Might have just been a replace. I don't know if that was a replacement. No, I feel like... I don't feel like it would have been a direct replacement. Some decent face damage coming out though. Sniper, which is not something we see too often. One thing DSOO needs to be aware of is not losing the sniper to the spellbook drain life. That's things like the sniper. That's a perfect target for the drain life if you get the opportunity. I don't know why they don't start, but they've started now. DSOO has an XP lead. KATT, of course, playing in a curse deck, which is going to have an Ascension buff. I think. Does he have toll in it? Let's have a look. We don't see any tolls anywhere, so maybe not. Yeah, there's the toll. Okay, just hasn't used it yet, I guess. Unless I'm being blind, which is possible. I mean, it could be one of the Skellies rezzing, and then it's going to go and die and res again. Right, Chain shuts down the sniper. Bill's bad man. DSOO does a good job getting that Defenso onto the bridge at the top, so whilst this is going to take a while to kill these Skellies, the bridge was at least neutral. That's really important with the bridges in the way they are. Right. Stun on the Feng. DSOO would love the Feng to get one more hit off and close that bridge out. It does indeed. Ruffles is going to get shut down. Perk 2 slightly ahead for DSOO. Now he knows that bounty sniper is going to be bait, not just the regular sniper, sorry. It's going to be bait for the chain or the spellbook drain. So he's going to have to keep that in mind. You can see here he's keeping everything away from it. The Unholy Ground shuts it down. Ruffles grabs a hill. Feng does have the Taunt. Taunt, of course, disappears with a stun. Comes back after it. So that Feng has... What buffs do they have it? Has either Giant Growth or Spirit. Probably Giant Growth based on the deck. Taunt comes from... I can't remember. Is it Empyrean that gives Taunt? Maybe the crossbow dudes. Okay, and again... Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Did DSOO... I don't know, DSOO played into that chain, but like, however that played out, it was going to die, right? There was enough... There were few enough units there that the chain would have killed everything anyway, whatever order it approached it. Right, 70 out of 80 Spectral Essences for KATT. So he's about to get a Power Spike soon. So you can see 2 Toll of the Deads. Those dark circles. 3, sorry, on the left. That top one's a 4th. Right, there's Ascension. Dragon out. So timing-wise, Ascension and Perk 3 happening at the same time. That's a huge Power Spike now. Dragon, of course, is only going to be a one-time thing, but Ascension will keep buffing those Ascension-based cards. Right. How does DSOO deal with this Dragon? Like, where's his DPS coming from? I mean, Feng's doing a good job. Okay, next Feng is up. Oh, look at that. That's a lot of skellies that are going to come in 25 seconds. Oh my god, look at the stare down between the sniper and the dragon. The dragon couldn't take the pressure and looked away. Right, that sniper getting some good value. It's not going to survive here, though. Right, but look at the XP lead that KATT's got now. Skellies coming from everywhere. This is the accursed power spike from the Toll of the Dead. You suddenly get a bunch of effectively almost free skellies. Massive power spike. Deadshot's doing a good job shutting this down. Blood Imps are out. There's not really a good way of shutting them down. Okay, KATT's going to take the first game in this grand final. Accursed too strong. We spoke about that before, how Accursed used to be a 2v2 only strat, but then suddenly, well, not really suddenly, but over the last sort of 3 or 4 seasons, it's become a very staple deck in solos and very, very out of favor in duos. Right. Boom. KATT strikes first. Morelia Accursed. Remember, that means that Morelia, he cannot play anymore. APEP also banned for him. DSOO has an open menu of masters, apart from King Puff, which was banned. We had the 2 power spikes there from KATT. The Ascension power spike, giving you all those extra skellies. And the Dragon as well. From perk 3. Very difficult to deal with. But even if you can deal with it without dying, you're going to probably find yourself behind on XP. Just whilst you can maybe handle some of the skeletons, boy, do they take a while to go. That's all like a lot of extra HP that just appears out of nowhere. Right, DC needs to regroup a little bit after that. Did his best, but like he just didn't have too much DPS. He did a good job dealing with that dragon, but I mean, the problem is it took time to do it. And all that time you're just hemorrhaging XP. He had no curse. Just his main DPS really was Feng plus his sniper, which not incredible. And then also against all of the skeletons, he didn't really have any good AoE, any strong AoE. Where's your raged flame imp when you need him? Right, thanks for joining me today. This is the grand final of nearly, you know what I nearly said, of Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knight's Duel number 30. We've whittled away the players until only 2 remain. DSOO currently trailing KATT 1-0 in this grand final. Best of 5. KATT has won the last 3 events, 4 out of the last 5. Is he going to make it 4 in a row? Or is DSOO going to fight back? I guess we're going to find out. Hey, both players look like they're ready to go. Here we go! Game 2 in this grand final. Can DSOO pull it back to 1 game all? Let's find out together. APEP against Diona. Dynasty Diona skin, as we mentioned earlier, one of probably the rarest skin in the game. Only available to tournament winners. Unlike the other Dynasty skins, which were only available to people that knew someone that won a tournament. Right, Slithers from KATT. Impetus could help DSOO deal with the Herald. Position in pulling him around is always important. What's up, Muffin? Good to see you. Hey, Screaming Scrat holds the top bridge. Oh, it didn't somehow. I'm not even sure how that happened. Sorry, this wants to change your bet. Nope. Too late, my friend. Right, those Blood Imps are going to get a little bit punished. Right, here comes the Herald. Dealing with the Herald really is the crux of the matter here. It's either going to do a lot of damage or you're going to lose a lot of XP if you don't handle it correctly. Okay, KATT choosing not to res it. Oh, I didn't look at the thing in its hand! God damn it! Right. Did anyone look at the thing in his hand? So apparently with Herald, he holds like a glowing sphere in his hand. If he's revived already, then that sphere is either missing or just not lit up as like a visual indicator. So we need to pay attention to try to see that. Hey, Cleaver struggling there. Chain's going to come in as well. DC would have loved that fast skeleton to go off onto the bridge, but it didn't. Okay, KATT has a decent XP lead at the moment. Okay, here comes the Herald. Kills all the little guys first so it doesn't res. Nicely done from DSOO. That could be really crucial. If he'd hit the Herald first, it would have died and then sacrificed all the little guys and revived. But he did it in the correct order. Hey, Ivory. Good to see you. Still a decent XP lead, though, for KATT. I'm not sure what that... It looked like he tried to kill Ruffles, maybe? But failed? What is that? What was that chain? Was that a misplay from KATT? That looks very strange. Look at the ball! Look at the ball in his hand! Watch it! It's gone! There's no ball! Herald's got no balls! Okay. Good. See? I've played this game for 10,000 hours and I still learn things. It's awesome. Right, perk 3 for both players, almost. But KATT got there quite substantially ahead. Oh, I don't think that... Okay. Trying to kill that Musketeer. KATT does a good job getting in front of it. Musketeer survives. Armoon is alive as well. Okay, Trap with the support at the top is going to keep that bridge. He's going for the Ghost on the Armoon. Forces out the Chain Lightning. But that's like a decent trade for DSOO. That's a free Ghost and a 4-mana Chain Lightning. Just APEP things, am I right? DSOO, it feels like DSOO's too far behind at the moment. Like the Cleaver just doesn't really achieve anything. He's going to need... Oh, look at the trap response. KATT baiting out the Chain Lightning. Using the trap to keep everything alive. And the Cleaver. Hey, Hinky, what's up? Good to see you. It's been ages. Is that a BM Dong? That's a lot of slithers at the top there. The shock rock to shut down the ruffles. It was just HP. I don't think that was really worth it. Okay. Good chain. Good trap though. Our moon's going to keep on going. Okay. Net Blaster shuts down our moon. But perk 3, perk 4! Which is Mana Frenzy, if you want to call it that. Cleaver's going to go in there. But look at the reactions from KATT with the traps. Again, what does that Cleaver do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. KATT's going to go into a 2-0 lead here, I'm assuming. DSOO's close to his Mana Frenzy, but he's a long way behind and taking a lot of face damage here. Our moon is on face. Okay. KATT takes a 2-0 lead. And we've seen how impressive and oppressive those cleavers can be, but that one in that game for DSOO just got its shit pushed in. But we did get to see the Herald our Moon. You could see the sphere in his hand. And then after the res, the sphere had gone. Love that. Okay, KATT races into a 2-0 lead here. Best of 5, first of 3. DSOO needs to pull himself up by the bootstraps and see if he can start taking a game or two off of KATT. Well, this game is this final's got to run away from him pretty quickly. Not over till the fat lady sings. She is currently warming her voice. And DSOO silence her. Yep, Cleaver did almost nothing. Clearly, in the menu, KATT, deck building. KATT 1 game away from making it 4 wins in a row. And by wins, I don't mean games or matches. I mean tournaments. Can DSOO do anything to break that record? He's going to try his best. We know that for sure. But the question is Is his best going to be good enough? Okay, both players in the menu. Looks like we're almost ready to go into game 3. Is this going to be the end of the event? Or is DSOO going to start a reverse sweep? If it's going to start, it needs to start now. Here we go. Diona against KP. Look at this aggro deck from DSOO. Have you ever seen DSOO play a deck like this? Brutes. Musketeer is going to be helpful, but there is a shock rock. Okay, and there you saw the Chain Lightning put the Musketeer on cooldown, so the Cleaver was able to shut it down. Okay. Does she win the fight? I don't think so. Not quite. This could be a situation where desperate times call for desperate measures. Because this is not the sort of stuff that DSOO plays very often. Feels like he could be out of his comfort zone here. Right. Rammer. Nice taunt trap to support the rammer. DSOO has taken more damage than KATT, even though that DSOO's playing the offensive deck, so that's a little bit frustrating. Ground beef. Hey, brutes. Illusionary Rammer gets shut down. Chain's going to be painful as well. That trap's going to get some good value. Doesn't take a bridge, of course. Right, Rammer and Cleaver together. Does have a chain for support. Going to get through, but it's... I don't think... Oh, that's a nice impetus, though. Gets a couple of extra hits from the Rammer. That could be crucial. The Cleaver didn't really do much, unfortunately. But DSOO's still... Oh, that's a massive reboomer on the Blood Imps. That could have just turned this game into DSOO's favour, because he was behind on HP at that point. Oh, the shield just popping up. That's kind of fortunate. DSOO trying to shut down the heal puff. The switch keeps the heal puff alive. Rammer comes in. Nice bridge grab. Oh, he just wanted to get an extra hit with that Rammer. That could have been crucial had he done that. KATT needs to be careful with his Blood Imps. Ruffle's going for a heal. KATT sees that. Chain Lightning's here. Oh my goodness, this is so low. Deadshot's down under 100 HP. That means he'll die to the next Chain Lightning unless he gets a Ruffles heal, which is going to be difficult to get. Rammer coming in. He's going in with the trap as well. Can we get another Rammer hit? This could be huge. Rammer gets a hit in. 59, 49 HP. It's so close. Again, the Rammer goes in. Oh, he gets shut down, though. He goes for the chain. DSOO is fighting back. Okay, DSOO looked like he moved out of his comfort zone, but it worked. Closes the game out. Both players were lethal to a chain. Okay, DSOO, the comeback is on. Nicely done, and you can see when it got so close at the end there how difficult, how close, how important it is for every single Rammer hit. And you could see that earlier when he used the Impetus Blast to push the Stun Lancers off of the Rammer. That Rammer got 2 more hits. Had that Rammer not done those 2 hits, DSOO was dead in the water. And the Blood Imps onto the Boomer. That was huge. Even with the reduced damage, only 75 instead of 85% damage going onto the Master, including overkill damage, it was still a substantial hit. Right. DSOO lives to fight another day. The reverse sweep could be on. He's done what he needed to do. But it was kind of weird because he had a super aggro deck and KATT didn't really. But KATT was matching him for the face damage for most of it. Always frustrating to try to get rammers through to face against KP with the bridge switch. And of course things like the shock rock. The stun lancers. But DSOO did a good job supporting his pushes. Again, we saw the rammers really did the damage. The cleavers were again really shut down by the musketeer again. Right, so what is DSOO going to play now? That felt like a very non-DSOO deck. But it worked. So how does that factor into his decisions? Does he think that maybe he should stick to something like that? Or does he need to revert to type? So he's won with Diona now, so no more Diona for DSOO. KP as well is off because of the ban. Apep, Morelia, and Diona off the menu for KATT. I'm going to show you the bans again, just to remind myself. But we've got game time. Game number 4. The reverse sweep has started for DSOO, but it needs to continue. And that happened. Apep. KP. Remember, you can play a master again if you lose with it, but you cannot play a master again if you win with it. Matt really favouring some sliver business today. Can that Skelly survive? No, it cannot. Musketeer's going to jump back onto the bridge. Nice little bridge grab there. Deadshot doesn't want to deal with that anymore. Does have a bounty sniper. Really would like to be behind on XP when he uses the bounty sniper to get the shield. Hasn't done here. Oh, the black hole to keep it alive. Okay, Deadshot's putting a lot of weight in keeping that bounty sniper alive and getting the value that it needs to do. He's going to get some more here. Bam. Okay, bounty sniper's popping off. We can see the ban cards after this game. If there is an after this game. Okay. Bounty sniper hits face. That's more mana. More XP, sorry. I know what I'm talking about. Right, what's DSOO's strat here? DSOO would like to be behind on XP to get that bounty sniper out with a shield so he doesn't have to use the black hole to keep it alive. Bounty sniper at the bottom. He's trying to hide it. We can see it. But KATT knows that the black hole is available. So going to be a little bit of cat and mouse here. I don't think the bounty sniper is going to last much longer. But it goes down and takes a few things with it. You're talking about the ban cards. Right. XP leveling up. Next bounty sniper has a shield. That's going to be more easy for DSOO to defend. See what value it can get. Rage to Kinlap. I'm not really sure how terrifying that is, because the poison is a big part of his arsenal, and the poison doesn't get raged. Okay, went for the chain, but the spirit on the bounty sniper. And there's a lot of little things for the bounty sniper to feast on here. KATT only has one way of getting rid of that bounty sniper from range. And there's the potential for the next one to almost be available here. Deadshot needs to keep them apart. It doesn't want to lose both of them with a single spell. Right, here comes KP, perk 3. How's that going to change things? Let's find out. We know it can be a little bit disgusting. It's very, very strong. DSOO's still behind on XP, so the bounty sniper will have a... No, he's ahead on XP, sorry. He won't have a shield. Yeah, he really needs to get hold of a bridge, though. Going for face damage here. He can use the bounty sniper now because he knows the chain's been used. Taking some damage. Health is a resource though. Still has enough to kind of hold on. Oh, that chain lightning's great. Prevents the night paths. He kind of expected it to come. Prevented the night paths. That's super smart from DSOO. And we've seen how the tide has changed a little bit with regards to the night puffs. And shutting them down is crucial. Okay. Again, there's the chain. Block the face damage. Bounty sniper's out. Okay, is DSOO turning this around? Trying to kill Lady and Frey. Has done so successfully. Wants to push on the bridges, does DSOO, because he wants to make it as difficult as possible for KATT to get night puffs. Gonna do it again here. Okay. DSOO could have won the game then if he prevented those night puffs. But let's see. He needs to be careful though. He's low HP. He knows the chain lightning's going to be on his face very soon. That Annihilator making it super difficult for him to play anything. But everything he has is just small. Oh, look at it. It's still going. Right. DSOO. Oh, the chain lightning's not going to hit face. That could be huge. The flyby tanks the chain lightning away from face. Could that be important in this situation? Probably. He's going for the black hole again because he wants to minimize the bridge switch, but he's going to get one anyway. This is close. But these night puffs could just be a little bit too much for DSOO to handle. Oh, the Curse Bearer is going to be helpful against the Kinlap. Goes for it at the bottom. Don't lose the sniper. Oh, it's a little bit late on the wall. The sniper's going to die. I think we're one good bridge switch away from KATT taking this. Here it comes. DSOO doesn't have any good AoE to shut this down. We've seen some interesting, exquisite plays from DSOO, but it's just going to be too much. KATT's going to be the champion. The comeback looked like it was on. It started, but it's fizzled out. KATT is the champion. That is 4 in a row for the KATT man. Bee-ba-ba-ba-da-bop. Ba-ba-ba-da-bop. I'm a KATT man. Wow. That black hole to prevent the night puffs, that was exquisite from DSOO. Did a good job keeping the bounty sniper alive. Just didn't have a good way to churn through the HP block that was a Kinlap. And then once KATT was wise to the black hole play, DSOO just wasn't quite able to hold on. Whew. Okay. That was a great last game. Went down to the wire, but once KP gets the bridges, gets those night puffs, it's super hard to get it back. Right. KATT is the champion. DSOO is the runner-up. Very well played to those. Let's have some more clapping. Right. Let's see if KATT wants to do an interview. And then we'll figure out what we're going to do. Right, KATT doesn't want to do an interview. Very rare that he does. See if DSOO wants to do a runners-up interview. KATT says, interview DSOO instead. See what they decide to do. Right. Let me wait and check to make sure the match is finished on stream before I ruin it for everyone. There it is. GG. KATT is the winner. Right, let's complete that prediction. Right, KATT did not want to do an interview. DSOO has said nothing. The hell, DSOO? Relax. Right, that is it. That is Knight's Duel number 30. We started with some, and we've ended with one. Merlin, what are you doing? How to waste all of your points. You can see it on the next stream. Now is a no. You annoying wretch. Oh, you're paying for it? You idiot. Right. That is it. I don't know if we've got anything else to do. We do have a giveaway running, so if you want to get in that, make sure you do. Reminder about the PTR this week. End. Nice. Pause. The PTR is open this weekend. Public PTR. Open to everyone. Get involved. Get your hands on 2.0. Try out the balance changes. Try out the new master. Try out the new card. Give your feedback of what you think about the balance proposals. And that will shape what ends up on the actual 2.0 balance. Remember, 2.0 is going to be dropping early December. 12th of December, I think. Steam and Xbox. Mobile next year, January. Okay, we have a quote from KATT as an interview. I played like a fucking Papega with a bird brain, but my sliver lords saved my ass. Nice. Right, Syndril, thanks for the follow. Syndrin, thanks for the follow. Okay, the power of Slither. We saw that a lot today. Some real nice plays from DSOO in the end there. But ultimately not quite enough. King Puff really a force to be reckoned with now. Right, I'll probably do the giveaway after the stream, so check your DMs to see if you got anything. And I don't know, I think that's pretty much everything we want to do. DSOO, thanks for the raid. Did we put the PTR in? I can't remember. PTR is in there. Go check it out. Go follow on YouTube. VOD will be up tomorrow. Good to see everyone here. Some familiar names in the tournament and some new ones. Same with chat. We've had a bunch of new follows today, so welcome to everyone. Also, good to see people like Hinky. Haven't seen you for a while. Great to see you. Good to see you back. As always, part of the Minion Masters family. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. I should probably start doing the wave. And then we'll go and find out who we're going to raid. I feel like I've forgotten something, but I'm not sure what it is. PTR, I've told you about that about 12 times. 2.0 coming next month. Told you about that 15 times. I think that's the most important things. So lots of cool stuff to look forward to for Minions. Get involved in the PTR if you can. More feedback, the better. Right, let's get our raid messages. Yeah, follow on YouTube. The VOD will be up there tomorrow. Lots of cool stuff on there. Remember, the meta review will be coming in a week or so when we've got a decent amount of data from this season. And we can have a look at how things have changed in the meta. Things like the rapid response reserves. We know that was the most heavily played card for a long time, a couple of seasons for sure. That's changed, but it's not a dead card. It's still, last time I checked, it was in the top 5 played cards. So it's still a very heavily played card, just not insanity like it was before. Before it was #1, and it was #1 by a country mile. The change, of course, was the mana increase from 2 to 3. Right, so that's pretty much all I want to say. We shall wait for the VOD to catch up with the waving, and then we can peace out. And of course, you'll miss some of the waving on the VOD, on the live stream. But if you watch it on YouTube, you see every last movement. Thanks so much for joining me today. I appreciate you guys being here. Reminder, this was Night's Duel number 30, Team Mana Frenzy, and BetaDwarf, the Minion Masters developer. Thanks, as always, to Sinobii for helping out. I mean, helping out for running it. I'm helping him out. Or it's a team effort or something. I don't know. We got through it together. That's all that matters. Right, where is my wave? Go. So KATT winning the event whilst playing, like, in his own words, a fucking Papega with a bird brain. There's no chance for anyone else, is there? Maybe someone will challenge him one day. DSOO, thanks for that raid. Attack, thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys joining. See you again soon here in the fish tank. There we go. The waving is up. Nice. Almost time to go. Let's get this raid going. Let's go see Pom. I think Pom's streaming. Let's double check. Yep. Pom is making the minions. I say hi to Pom. He's a great player. Unless you're his random teammate. I mean, he's still a great player. Just might tear you a new one. Thanks for being here, West. Don't blame FDM. Joying. Oh, that's awkward. Torminator, thanks for being here. Okay, the raid should be about to go off.